Okay, members of council, we do have a quorum. This meeting is now resumed. Please take your seats. Members of council. All right, members, we do have a presentation this morning to recognize National Volunteer Week and the 2026 recipients of the Toronto Community Champion Award. I would like to call upon Mayor Chow to give the presentation.
Well, good morning. This April 19th to 25th is the National Volunteer Week. Volunteers contribute their time, talent, and energy to make the communities better and stronger. And volunteers serve their communities selflessly. We're grateful for the kindness and leadership, and there are many community organizations across the city of Toronto who rely on volunteers to run their programs and provide services to the residents of our city. I want to take this time to recognize the representatives of the 2026 Toronto Community Champion Awards who are here with us in the chambers today. Let's give them a big round of applause. We're doing so this week because it is the National Volunteer Week, and many of the community organizations work very closely with volunteers, turn volunteers into leaders, and then provide incredible support and services to the residents and the neighbors they represent. The Toronto Community Champion Award program is one of the city's most special awards. Launched in 2022, the Champion Award recognized the outstanding contributions of community organizations that support the health and well-being of Toronto residents. This award has focused on organizations that support Indigenous, Black, and other equity-deserving communities. What makes the Toronto Community Champion Award program so special is that the nominations are driven by local residents. People nominate organizations based on their own lived experience. So it's very much from the grounds up. They have seen firsthand the impact these groups have in their own neighborhoods and communities. The Toronto Community Champion Award shines a light on organizations that are deeply, deeply connected to the communities they serve. These organizations understand the fabric, the unique fabric of our city, and work collaboratively to address local needs and advance equity and local services. I want to thank and applaud each and every one of these organizations for the work they do, for making lives better to all the people they serve, for creating leaders, creating champions, giving people purpose, and making lives so much better. And thank you for your caring approach. Without you, Toronto really wouldn't be a nice place to be. I also want to applaud the partners who helped make this year's Toronto Community Champion Award program a success. I would like to thank United Way of Greater Toronto. I think they're here. Enbridge, yes. And thank you for your support. I think we're going to have a good party also later on, right? In May, I believe, yeah. Thank you as well to the members of our selection panel from Volunteer Toronto and Two-Spirit people of the First Nation. Thank you for your hard work. And to the City Clerk's Office, Strategic Protocol and External Relations Office, who leads the Toronto Community Champion Award in partnership with Social Development and Toronto Public Health. Not only you work as a team, Toronto at city government also has a team approach and is very much witnessed, as you can see from this program. Now, to officially announce the recipients listed up on the screen, ta-ta, you see the names of all 25 organizations who are to receive the 2026 Toronto Community Champion Award at a very special ceremony to take place next month. That is the time when we can bring together our neighbors, your family members, your co-workers, because it is a huge community celebration. I want to now ask all the counselors and folks that are here to formally recognize the representatives of these organizations to please stand and be recognized. Come on, let's see you. Don't be shy for all the work you've done. Let's give them a great round of applause, everyone. Thank you for your amazing work. Thank you. Your vital work. Let me maybe use a United Way quote, right? Without you, there's no way. Is that the slogan? Yeah, that's one of the slogans. Nation is very pleased that I'm using that line. Before I go, I want to remind councillors that they will have received the invitation to next month's ceremony honoring these organizations, these champions. I look forward for you to join everyone here. I believe it's in May 12th, a nice day. Warm too, it's a beautiful May day. So come on, it's in the evening. Come and join us. Let us watch a short video about Toronto Community Champions Award Program. This is what it is about. Community champions, but what drives you? What makes you become a volunteer? What makes you hold tight to each other? It's the belief that together we are stronger, and the belief that we can make a difference, not just in each other's lives, but our entire community, our neighborhood. Change starts and ends when people who care say that, yes, we can together. And that's what you are doing.
Your work, your leadership, your partnership, let's keep going together.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Mayor Chow, I understand that you would like to say a few words, make an announcement at this time.
Yes. Councillor Chan, would you also like to say a few words after? Okay.
Name to speak following you. Yeah.
Good, thank you. Just double checking. From the most joyous to the most tragic, our world is like this sometimes. 8 years ago on this day, April 23rd, 2018, an unimaginable and deliberate act of violence took place on Yonge Street in North York. 11 people were killed, 15 others were injured. This tragedy changed our city. It left a lasting impact on families, survivors, first responders, and all who witnessed it. Today, we remember those who died as a result of this tragedy. Loved ones, neighbors, friends. Their lives were taken far too soon. We also honor the courage and compassion shown that day by the first responders, including Toronto Police Service, Toronto Fire Services, and the Toronto Paramedic Services, and by the many bystanders who stepped forward to help. As a city, we remain committed to remembrance. Work is underway to create a permanent memorial at Olive Square Park, thanks to the efforts of Councillor Lily Chang. And we are taking an important steps forward by launching a design competition for that memorial tomorrow. Now I ask you all to join me. Well, before we do the moment of silence, let us hear from Councillor Chang, and then we will have a moment of silence and reflection for the 11 lives lost and in support of all those who were injured and impacted by this tragic event. And of course, we will do everything we can, if there's any possibility, to prevent such tragedy from happening again. Councillor Chang.
Thank you. Councillor Chang?
Thank you, Mayor. 8 years ago was the first beautiful spring day after a very long and dreary winter, and we all rushed outside to feel that warmth of light, and we couldn't imagine what would unfold that day. And by evening, our vibrant stretch of Yonge Street was silent, closed, with tarps covering bodies on the ground. And it was such a dark moment for our neighborhood and for our city. We never imagined that here in Canada we would face this kind of violence in our midst. But somehow, our community held each other through that dark moment. And I just want to give so much thanks to the people who rallied that evening and committed to serving the community in a meaningful way, that they knew that the neighborhood would need some care to go through the grief and shock. And people like Pastor Sean Ha, who checked in on business owners throughout the first couple of months just to see if they were doing okay, or Omar Hassan, who made sure that the memorials that were set up were well kept, that the candles stayed lit in the evening. Alan Sperling, who made sure that music was played along Yonge Street to help those who were grieving. And Jesse James, who co-founded We Love Willowdale with a group of people who wanted to shepherd our community. And what I think we saw emerge is something that speaks to the resilience and strength of our city, that in a hard and dark moment, we came together. We saw signs that said, Toronto strong, Willowdale strong, and they weren't just a catchphrase. It really happened. And so from that emerged a group, a movement called We Love Willowdale, and that group has continued to ripple change in our neighborhood. In fact, one of those immense ripples is recognized here today. NeighborLink North York, founded really from the momentum from We Love Willowdale that led to the COVID response network, that led to the start of a food bank, that led to NeighborLink North York becoming the organization that it is today. I think also of the D'Amico family, and they turned their grief into the Anne Marie D'Amico Foundation that is helping women and children who are facing violence at home. And they've already raised $1 million and continue to raise funds and awareness to support women and children. In fact, they are hosting high tea with Anne Marie on Sunday, June 7th, and would welcome your attendance. This is how we are as a city. In moments of darkness, we come together, we care for each other, we lift each other up, and we actually do turn darkness into light. We actually do see beauty rise from the ashes. And so anyone who is facing a hard time today, I hope that you will be encouraged to remember the resilience of our city in a hard moment, and to remember that we are stronger together. Thank you. And
Moment of silence, please.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Myers, you have an announcement.
Yes, thank you. On March 26, 2026, staff from the city's Engineering and Construction Services Division proudly supported a successful national engineering event at Lester B. Pearson Collegiate Institute in Ward 23, Scarborough North. This event was truly one for the books, with an outstanding turnout of more than 90 students engaging with city staff through interactive learning labs, showcasing current engineering principles as well as modern construction and surveying methods. I would like to thank Lester B. Pearson Collegiate Institute for hosting city staff, the many members of the Toronto Public Service who helped make this event possible, and all those who participated by sharing their experiences and expertise to inspire the next generation of engineers. I look forward to seeing initiatives like this continue to thrive in our communities year after year.
Thank you. Members, the city clerk has advised me that additional materials are now available for members' review in the clerk's meeting portal and online. EX 30.12 implementation of RG 1-26 under the Liquor License and Control Act, and the city clerk has submitted a supplementary report with recommendations. And CC 40.5-34 to 70 Montgomery Avenue, Ontario Land Tribunal hearing, and Councillor Coe has advanced circulated motion with a confidential attachment. Members, we will now review and confirm the order paper. Once the order paper has been approved by council, any change will need a 2/3 vote. The city clerk has posted today's order paper online with agenda item RM 40.7, review of the order paper. There are 65 items left on the agenda, including 41 member motions. The mayor has timed her second key matter item PH 29.4, headed rent safe TO update. As the first item of business this morning, Council has, as time item EX 30.1 headed Critical Investments in Streetlight Infrastructure for Public Safety as the first item of business following the Mayor's key matter. I will now take the release of holds. The clerk will open the speakers list in CMP, and you can place your name on the list if you have an item to release. Councillor Cole. Oh, just one moment. Okay?
I'd like to release CC 40.5 with an amendment that's been advance circulated.
Okay, so Councillor Coe is releasing CC 40.5 with the attachment. Okay, on favor, opposed if any, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried. Are there any further quick releases? Councillor Pasternak, did you have your hand up? Councillor Pasternak?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to release IE 28.6, seeking clarity on the City of Toronto's application of the Community Support and Recreation Infrastructure Fund. I don't think there's anything more to add to the discussion. I would alert the City Manager that I understand the next tranche of funding comes out in August.
Okay, so Councillor Pasternak is releasing IE 28.6. Yes, on favor? Carried. Councillor Sachs.
Yes, thank you. I can release two items, please. EC 27.2, review of Toronto street vending and artist bylaws.
Okay, just one sec. Let me find it.
Pardon?
EC 27.2, yes?
Okay, well, you can take it.
Okay.
Well, yeah, so I was going to release EC 27.2, the street vending bylaw. Mr. Councillor Holiday wishes to take that over.
Oh, okay. So, Councillor Holiday, you'll take the hold on that?
And EC 27.7, food and beverage offerings in parks.
EC 27.7, Councillor Sachs wants to release. Pardon? Okay, so then it's not a quick release.
Okay,
Okay,
thank you.
thank you. So we'll continue to hold it. Are there any further releases? No, okay,
Speaker,
so
I
we'll,
can't.
pardon?
Speaker, I'm not able to get to CMP.
Councillor Bravo?
Yes,
Yes?
I'd like to release EX 30.12, implementation of Regulation 26 under the Control Act.
I'm, oh, the liquor license one.
Yes,
The liquor license one.
correct.
So, Councillor Bravo, are you going to release the supplementary report as well?
Yes,
Okay. So on EX 30, okay. Pardon? Okay. So on EX 30.12, it's on the screen. On favor, opposed if any, carried.
thank you.
Item is amended, on favor, carried. Thank you. Are there any further releases? Okay, so we'll now go to the PH 29.4, which is the mayor's key item on rent safe TO update. So if we have any questions to staff, if you can please put, pardon? Oh, on favor of adopting the order paper. Carried. Okay, we do have staff. So are there any questions to staff? No? Everyone okay? No questions? All right. Do we have any speakers? Mayor, it was your item. Did you want to just speak on it? Okay, Mayor Chow.
Thank you. Well, we all know, especially you, Madam Speaker, that half of Torontonians rent their homes. And when a landlord fails them, when the moat spread, when the pest stays, when the wall crumbles and no one cares, they deserve a city that show up for them. And that's what we are doing. That's what we're building. Through this year's budget, we've doubled the number of rent-safe TO bylaw enforcement officers from 36 to 73, with the authority to compel landlord to fix the problems. If not, we'll fix it for them and charge them. A few months ago, I visited 500 Dawes Road in Beaches, East York. I met families that kept their clothes in big plastic bags because they're worried that the cockroach will get into them and laid eggs. Can you imagine living like that? And that I saw molds on the wall. I saw their ceiling, some threatening to come down, balcony that are not safe, windows that don't close properly. The common areas was crumbling, and the basement, the parking area were leaking. Conditions that no one should have to live with. The tenants also said that their local councillors have not been able to help and have neglected their concerns, right, for a few years. And not only did they feel ignored, they said the buildings are neglected and they were totally desperate. Well, under my watch, no slumlord should be tolerated. And I've made a commitment that we will take action. So we did take the landlord to court and won. We hired contractors. Repairs have begun. We have now charged the landlord $200,000 in terms of fines that they have to pay. Pest control is underway, so people don't have to live their lives with plastic bags. For the first time in far too long, they are seeing that City Hall have stepped up for them, and it's about time. Let me be clear about who did that work. It was not the local councillor, and who is now claiming credit in the media. It was the tenants who refused to give up. It was city staff who acted when given the tools and the mandate. And it was my office and all of the city staff that showed up, went to court, made the charges, went back over and over again. They knocked on every door of this building and said to the residents, you're not alone. The bylaw enforcement officers there have been working hard. And it was tough. It was tough because that building was so bad that even Canada Post, the post office officers won't go in there. Our bylaw enforcement officers went in, did the hard work, went ahead with the charge, and are now bringing contractors and making the changes. For the first time in quite a few years, the tenants are feeling hopeful. They felt their needs heard. They are, in fact, quite giddy. They said, wow, is this really happening? And I want to thank the staff for really stepping up, because I know you did. It also included Councillor Madlow, who has been pushing hard for the rent-safe, those red, yellow, green signs. And the color-coded building scores is going to go into effect on June 15th. I think I know what color this building is going to be. Okay, I have a guess. Let me guess. It's earlier than originally proposed, because originally it was going to be later. We said no, it needs to be earlier and faster, and that is what is happening June 15th. Those signs put the information directly in tenants' hands, not just in this building, in all the buildings across the city. And this landlord also owned other buildings in the city, and we will check, we will inspect, we will make sure that the residents will not be left out in the cold like this one. Our tenants are watching, and they are asking us to step up. Let us show them we are on their side and we have their back.
We do have a question for you. Councillor Burnside.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Madam Speaker. I apologize. I actually wanted to ask staff a question.
Oh, go ahead.
But I don't think I'm allowed to. I missed that. So I'll
try to channel this out.
Yeah, so
I'll do my best.
So I guess thank you. As I apologize, I missed that opportunity. So I guess one of my concerns is, having worked, in some of these areas where the buildings are less than satisfactory.
Yep.
When it comes down to pests, one of the challenges is that the building management does a big spray of all the units, but folks can prevent that happening in their unit. And then so they never really have the opportunity to eradicate these pests because various units won't let them in. Is there anything in this, or is there potentially anything that can be done to address that issue? Because it strikes me that we just keep going around in circles if we can't get into all the units to do the eradication that's necessary.
I don't have a clear answer, but I do know that the rent-safe officers, because there are more of them now, they are actually doing door-to-door canvassing. They're talking to the tenants and persuading them how important it is. It used to be, they didn't used to do that kind of outreach. They're now doing that kind of outreach, persuading, working hard to persuade the tenants that something needs to be done. And I think there are methodologies they deployed to make sure that the pipes and all of that, so that there's less spreading across the city, across the building. So,
would you? Sorry, I just want to. This is my last thing. Sorry for interrupting. Have you thought of using public health maybe as a resource?
Yes.
Because they say that it just seems like it's a really difficult one that we haven't really been able to solve. This will improve things, but it'd be really nice if...
You are absolutely right. So what I did was I pulled together a meeting with the deputy, the public health, medical officer of health, the fire chief, the building officials, MLS, all coming together, and the housing secretariat, all coming together, working as a team. That hasn't happened in the past. And yes, public health are now directly involved as a team. And so is fire, because if the balcony is not safe, it's fire. And sometimes if the the smoke alarm's not working, that's fire related. So yes, they are working as a team now. The other thing that is happening that is new is that they are now pulling all their charges together in one spot. It used to be public health will go in and charge, MLS will put another charge, and so we're building it all separate.
So it's coordinated?
They are now coordinated through the housing secretariat, which is exactly what is needed. And the database, everything, they meet together and coordinate the effort towards that building, which is exactly what we need.
So it's going to help, but maybe we could also look at other things in the future in terms of getting into some of these units where they just won't let us in.
Yes, some,
Because I just worry that we're ranking these landlords, and obviously a lot of them need to fail, but sometimes there are circumstances beyond their control. Hopefully we consider that for the future. That was
yes,
just more of a statement.
there is actually
you.
one other group that I forgot to mention. Is because the Housing Secretariat also have a program called EPIC, the Eviction Prevention Team. Often some of these tenants have other issues.
Yes.
They could be hoarding. They might have mental health issues. They might be feeding the pigeons, so that's why they are the balcony is a total mess. And these are the social workers that goes in and work with them. That is now coordinated because the Housing Secretariat has the EPIC team that goes in, so it's a holistic approach, and it's not just MLS.
Okay, good. Because I just worry that sometimes staff gets blamed for things that
Oh,
is
no,
beyond
it's
staff's
not their
control.
fault because it's a,
Okay, thank you.
yeah, the
Thanks.
EPIC folks are also out there, which is under the Housing Secretariat. They're very much part of the team.
Thank
Okay,
you.
we're done, thanks.
Councillor Matlow to speak.
Madam Speaker, I have a couple of motions to contribute that refer to looking at expanding the scope of rent safe to capture more buildings in the market rather than simply just the purpose-built rental buildings. And also reflecting concerns we hear from tenants about the robustness of the nature of the door-to-door engagement, along with information that tenants want to be fully included in the process rather than feeling far too often left out. And I want to begin by saying how grateful I am that we are moving forward with such incredibly necessary steps to bolster rent safe and give it more teeth. And our work is not done, and there's much more to do, but I'm really grateful that we are where we are. When I first brought a motion to our Tenant Action Committee that I chaired a few years ago to create Rent Safe, we tried to make it resemble Dine Safe, meaning that we want to make sure that when you go to a restaurant that you are safe and healthy. Why should your home be treated any less seriously? And there are many good landlords in our city, but sadly there are far too many bad ones who have been neglectful of their tenants, who treat renters like mere sources of revenue rather than respecting the fact that these are homes that they have a responsibility to protect, both their health and their safety. Some of the measures that we went forward with, obviously, when we first created Rent Safe, was to create the team to be able to go out and do audits and do inspections and make sure that there was a registry. And we faced, by the way, a huge lobby campaign to try to fight this. Working with FMTA, working with Acorn and others, we had to fight really hard to even get basic protections for tenants out of City Hall. And I'm so delighted that not only do we not have to fight anymore, but that the mayor is not only embracing it, but actually leaning into it. And some of the things that we were not successful in achieving in the last term, including color-coded signs and remedial action, are now coming through to fruition. And I'm very grateful for the mayor's advocacy and such active support for tenants in this way. Because these are the tools that we have, that we always did have, that we weren't using adequately, we weren't using well, and now we can. I want to make sure that tenants' concerns are reflected in the very window in which they live, that they finally know that they're being heard by City Hall and that their landlord is being held to account if they're being neglectful and uncaring. I want to make sure that a prospective tenant knows what they're walking into before they move in and they understand what kind of landlord they might have. I want to make sure, whether it be on Dawes Road or any street in the city, that if a landlord is being so uncaring and so neglectful that they're not doing the basics to keep their tenants safe, that City Hall will now go in and do the work for them and charge them after the fact. And 500 Dawes is a perfect test case for remedial action. We need to be using administrative monetary penalties better to make sure that if a landlord doesn't care about anybody else, they might care about their own wallet. That's an enforcement tool that we have. We have to make sure that tenants feel engaged as part of the process. In other words, that we work for them, that we advocate for them, that we care about them, that it's not the landlord's needs that are our sole focus. We want to be fair to the landlord, but we want to respond to the concerns of the tenant who are living with, whether it be pests, mold, whatever it could be. They need our support, and they need to know that City Hall has their backs. Well, I believe that they do now. And I'm really also very proud of all of my colleagues, every one of you, who have advocated for tenants in your communities. I'm grateful to staff who are working hard to make the reforms, make the changes that we're asking them to, because even when I've disagreed with you, I know that your heart's in the right place. And I know that working together, we are going to be supporting tenants. Last thing I want to say is that, this is the kind of issue where, virtually half of Torontonians are renters. And they have a provincial government that has been decreasing the amount of supports that they have known in the past. And it's a shame that City Hall has to fill that gap. But through the advocacy of so many of you, including Councillor Fletcher, when it comes to rent evictions and other matters,
5 seconds.
I believe that we are all leaning into protecting tenants, and I'm really proud of that. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have a question for you. Councillor Pasternak, 3 minutes clarification.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just as a point of clarification on item number 1, how does this impact privately owned condo units that are rented out by the owner, but under the jurisdiction of a condo board?
Well, it's similar to any purpose-built rental building that it may be privately owned, but given that the market we have a secondary rental market already. We also are seeing the market now where buildings that were being built as condos are now changing and becoming rental units, that there still has to be a way to ensure that we're able to go in there and support the tenants. But typically, I think what you're going to find is that the majority of these cases, you're going to be seeing buildings that were initially going to be built as condos, and now they're going to turn into rental. So there may actually end up being a property manager, et cetera. And we want to make sure we capture that in our scope.
Do you think there's a tipping point in which developers will no longer build purpose-built rental if we regulate them out of business?
What I hear from most developers in our city is that actually they're building more rental now than ever before because of the challenges they're facing in the condo market. And most developers don't want tenants to be suffering living in awful conditions either. So I haven't heard from developers that they've got concerns about us ensuring that buildings and units are kept in good conditions. That's not their biggest challenge. Their biggest challenge is a market that is collapsing around them, and they're trying to figure out how to recover.
Yeah, no, I think people who build purpose-built rental do want safety and dignity for their renters.
The reality, Councillor Pasternak, is that there are many, many good landlords, and we're not hearing from good landlords saying we don't want to care about our tenants. And in fact, most of them will get these green signs in their windows, and they can boast about those and put in their advertising. That's wonderful. We want to encourage that. But if you are a neglectful landlord and you do have a red sign and you need to be respectful and caring for your tenants, then yes, I don't think any reasonable person would disagree with holding them to account.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Councillor Holiday, 3 minutes clarification.
Thank you. To Councillor Matlow, just how big do you expect this program to get? I see in 1 and 2, you're expanding the scope dramatically. To Councillor Pasternak's point, it now sweeps in units all over the city that weren't apartment buildings.
But they are apartment buildings. That's the point. When buildings become buildings where there are a lot of rental units, they, in essence, in reality, I guess, become apartment buildings. Maybe not purpose-built, but they are. That's where our tenants live, and that's where they need protections. So you know, if we're going to start discriminating to a degree where it had to be purpose-built, then we ourselves are being neglectful to the many tenants who are living in the secondary market, or buildings that are now reverting to being rental buildings because it couldn't make it a go as a condo.
So you're advocating to send the blue uniforms into condo buildings now and knock doors and start getting involved with people that are renting units from individuals that own them?
No.
Like, how big of a government could we get?
I think you're misunderstanding the motion.
Okay.
There are buildings that are being built, for example, today as a condo building. And the developer is recognizing that that's not going to work, and that we got to make it into a rental building. There will most likely be a property manager. There will be, the same kind of, rules and ways that we have now for any purpose-built rental. I'm not suggesting that we're going to go to, every individual condo owner and knock at their door.
But the second motion is now getting the enforcement staff to go knock on doors and essentially collect complaints.
That they're already doing that. I'm not asking them to do something new, but there have been concerns raised by tenants about the robustness of how our rent-safe inspectors are doing that job, and we want to make sure that that the rules are very clear as to how they're doing it, how robust that work is, so that each of those individuals know that they get the knock at the door that they're expecting. I'm not actually changing anything material as far as what we already do. I just want to make sure that we're doing it well.
So, but you're adding instructions here. It's a direction.
Yes.
It literally says direct.
Yes.
Direct to go knock on the doors.
Yeah.
So
that's what they're directed to do
what's
already.
the problem that they're trying to solve?
That's your last question.
Oh, I'll answer then. What we're hearing from too many tenants, and I want to say this in a way that that is respectful to our staff. Without questioning motivation, intent, or interest,
It would have been.
we are hearing from many tenants that they do question the robustness of what RentSafe is already meant to do. They're asking for more teeth. They're asking for more. They want assurance that what they're expecting is done, and this is a request to do that. It's not introducing a new idea that they should now start knocking at doors, as the mayor said earlier. That's what we do, but there are questions about how well we do it, and this is providing reassurance and clarity to the tenants that what we're doing is doing well.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford, 3 minutes clarification of the motion.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Through you, just sort of picking up on the questions from Councillor Pasternak and Holiday. Specifically, number one, including the term purpose-built and whether to include mixed tenure buildings. I think our colleagues have pointed out that this could maybe be challenging from a staffing perspective. I think we all agree there are challenges with resources for MLS and the RentSafe team already. We had to stand up a new program to just really start in its infancy dealing with the apartment buildings in the traditional sense. But that line that says include mixed tenure buildings. So at what point, how many units does a purpose-built condominium building that now has one unit that is rented out, when does it fall into and get captured by this program?
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, and I also just want to put your attention to the word "to review."
I understand.
And the reason that I highlight that to you is simply to say, I think it would actually be arbitrary for me to prescribe an answer to your question. I recognize that what I'm asking for may not be simple, and I want it to be fair. But I'm also identifying a problem where there are many tenants who don't just live in a purpose-built rental building. We're seeing more and more condo buildings either having many tenants living within units that remain occupied by owners, and we're also seeing some condo buildings even largely become rental buildings. So I'm asking staff to recognize that that's a reality in the changing market, review it, and then they'll provide us feedback as to how to address that. But I'm deliberately not being overly prescriptive because I don't want to sort of just say, hey, go do something, which I wouldn't know would make sense yet or not.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. And you've talked about two different things. You've talked about what was originally conceived and performed as a condo building,
Yes.
and how folks are switching that over to purpose-built
Yeah.
rental. That would actually be captured by the program as it exists, because it would be a professionally managed apartment building at that time if it was in fact PBR. But I think it is very difficult, and I'm looking over at the staff here, the idea that we would be going into private condominium buildings, knocking doors. Are you in fact a tenant? Do you have a landlord? And now they're sort of captured in the rent safe program. Do they have to hang the little green circle on the door of the unit?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
That
I get that.
seems
Yeah.
like
That is that's a reasonable concern to raise, and they would have to grapple with what that means. Where I'm going with this, just to give you some reassurance, is not suggesting that every single condo owner put up a green or red sign in their individual unit, or facing the street, or like, that's not what I'm suggesting.
I get what you're trying to
But
do.
I'm
I
trying
just-
to
Okay.
the way it's written.
But the way it's written is for them to review.
That was your last
to review
question.
it so that they can kind of figure out if there's a way to capture more tenants who are left out of the program.
Okay,
as
thank
it
you.
is today.
Deputy Mayor Malik to speak.
Thank you very much. I want to begin by thanking staff for this report. And throughout this report, we do see an incredible amount of care and responsiveness to what we have been hearing and seeing in the experience of renters in the City of Toronto. And I think that that is very notable and important to highlight, because that is an outcome of the work together and the leadership of this council as well. And I want to give a big thanks to Acorn, to housing and renter advocates who have been working to strengthen the experience and the supports for renters in the City of Toronto. And the report that we have in front of us is an outcome of that continued work. And in that active engagement to make sure our assessment system is addressing the issues that matter most to renters, in creating systems to do remedial work to make sure that tenants aren't living in unsafe circumstances due to uncaring landlords is so important in the City of Toronto, and a continued piece of work that I know we can collectively be proud of. In doing that door-to-door engagement that has been so much a source of our discussion here in these chambers, it's to make sure that the tenants know that our city can offer help and will offer that help in a way that is transparent and properly structured. And I know we've spoken about how many renters there are in the City of Toronto, and in my community, in our tall building communities, we have an overwhelming number of renters. And it is so important for them to be able to see and hear the work that we are doing here together. I'm proud to be part of a council that has worked very hard to continue to prioritize their needs and their interests, especially as we work through an affordability crisis. We've worked to move forward housing projects to address our housing challenges in the City of Toronto. We've created incentives to ensure projects are getting built. We've expanded programs to help protect people and for them to stay housed, from the rent bank to the multi-unit residential acquisition program and more. And I know that together we will keep going. And I do welcome the continued work that we do to strengthen those capabilities, and also to make sure that we are being responsive to what we are seeing in the housing market and the options that residents in Toronto have access to. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Speaker Nunziata.
Thank you. And I will be supporting the report and the recommendations. I think that what we're missing is that this program is to target the slum landlords that we have. It's not that we're going to knock on everyone's door. It's if tenants contact us and that there's an issue in their building and that the landlord is not responding. I hold a lot of tenant meetings where I invite Rent Safe, and they attend the meetings, and they're very, very helpful when they attend the meetings. They hand out the brochure. And 90% of the time when I have meetings with tenants, they don't know we have this program. And so we try to engage tenants on what their options are and what they can do and should do when there's an issue in their building. And so I want to thank staff and thank Acorn as well, that's been lobbying for this for a number of years. And I have a lot of slum landlords in my ward, I tell you, and I know which ones they are. And, you know, sometimes, and the question was asked about, you know, inspections in the suites. Well, what I do when I meet with the tenants is we tell the tenants if they have any issues to call us, and actually the staff will knock on their door and go into their unit and investigate their suite. Because you're right, they can't go in unless the tenant allows them in. So we try to encourage tenants, if they do have issues within their suite, that if they contact staff, they can knock on their door and go in and inspect their unit. And I've been doing that for quite a while now. I guess what frustrates me the most is that, and I spoke to staff about it, is that when there's charges laid against a landlord and that the landlord appeals the charges. And sometimes that goes on for a while. Sometimes you're waiting a year, 2 years before it goes to the courts. And that's the part that frustrates me and frustrates the tenants as well, because they have to wait so long for any of these repairs to be done. I wish we could tighten that up, or maybe not allow some of these repeat offenders that I don't think they should have an option in appealing, because they use the process and they abuse the process. And that's why we continue to have these problems. So I will be supporting the report. And I'm surprised that nobody had any questions to staff, because we've been working on it. And they worked so hard on this report. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Nziata just said, surprised nobody had questions of staff. Well, yeah, because the original items before council were some tinkering with the fee schedule for the color-coded signs, which I didn't really like in the first place and didn't support them, but, you know, here they are. And we could just deal with what we recover for the cost of those. Fine. But now we're somewhere else. Council can't help itself every time we get into this. And so now we've got new motions that are now talking about the program. Like most other people, I don't care for scofflaw landlords that don't maintain their buildings and don't maintain property standards. We regulate that. I get it. I get giving our staff tools to deal with people they can't get a response from. But council is constantly, instead of dealing with property standards, slipping itself into the relationship between the landlord and the tenant, which is the job of the provincial government. Whether you like or dislike what that government is doing, it doesn't matter, because you constantly get yourself involved. And now, you know, once again, council's trying to be the advocate for the tenant. Why doesn't anyone advocate for the landlord and encourage more businesses, landlord businesses, to provide opportunities for people to rent space? But no, they want to press their thumb on the other side of the scale and push more people out of the landlord business. Why would you want to take on the risk of the city constantly moving the goalposts on this? So here we are with motions here that are looking to expand the program again. Council can't help itself. And really what it is just the pursuit of socialism. These are privately owned buildings. Finally. No, they chuckle because it's exposed, right? You know, there's always that motivation in this stuff. These are privately owned buildings by people that earn them, and all you see is the government increasing its control over those buildings, the movement of the state into the relationship. It is constantly pushing and pushing and pushing that bar. And now they want to get into more buildings that didn't have the label of purpose-built and get the uniforms in blue knocking on doors to get involved. Why we can't just stick with a daunting problem of landlords, some in the city, that are not maintaining their property standards, and not constantly expand this program and expand the role of government and expand the resources required. You know, that would be the responsible thing to do, but here we are more and more and more. So I'll be asking for certain recorded votes on this, Speaker, but I got to call it out. You know, a simple report now has turned into something else.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Through you, I am glad to see this report and the recommendations coming forward today. And I do want to thank staff and MLS for your work on this file. I know it's very difficult and you often find yourself in the hot seat when these things sort of go sideways, but I don't think it's lost on any of us how challenging this stuff is. And that's because safety is one of the top priorities for local government, and that includes making sure people have safe places to live. And there are notorious buildings across the city where that is not the case, and where the status quo approach has not been working. So I do think we need more tools in place to protect tenants when their rights are being violated. And I think that concern has been especially evident when it comes to the action related to remedial action. And we had a big discussion here in this council chamber about that last month. I think residents, our own city staff, and my colleagues here in this chamber recognize that this tool has been used inconsistently over the years, and in far too many cases, it's been too little too late. And that, of course, includes a notorious building in East York at 500 Dawes. Issues there have been going on for decades, all the way back to Michael Prue and then Janet Davis, my predecessors in the ward. They had been engaged on this file and the challenges there, and I picked up the baton from Janet Davis back in 2018 to carry on the fight with this landlord who is a notoriously bad and difficult landlord. It's not all landlords, but this one in particular is pretty bad. And I think it's important that all of us here at City Council are focused on getting the results to protect those tenants and putting the politics of this one to the side, because it's actually about delivering results here. It's taken longer than any of us have wanted, but I do think it's a bit of a disservice to city staff and to this chamber to suggest that there hasn't been action there. So I'm going to give you some of the facts on 500 Dawes. MLS has pursued 73 different prosecutions since 2010. The $200,000 judgment that the city just won came from charges that were laid all the way back in 2024. It takes a while for this stuff to work its way through the courts, but we finally secured that just a couple weeks ago, and I appreciate staff's effort on that. The city has already levied $125,000 in fines and charges since 2017 in response to calls for assistance from tenants and repeated escalations from our office. And over just the past 2 years, staff have filed orders of more than 170 different deficiencies, with many, many more in the 15 years prior to that. So to suggest that nothing has been done is ludicrous. It's also pretty insulting and disrespectful to city staff, and would appreciate it if some of my colleagues didn't do that. More needs to be done. More is being done. We can all agree on that. My office actually worked with this new program with MLS RentSafe staff to do a deep building audit of 608 Dawes, which is just down the road and also owned by this same bad landlord. And it's a process that we now have to document all of the issues and paint a comprehensive picture of everything that the landlord needs to fix. I think that's a good process. We had that discussion last month, and there was unanimous agreement in this chamber that enforcement at times has not moved quick enough to address the persistent violations, and in particular on the tool of remedial action. But there is work underway to make it better, and I just wanted to say thanks for staff for your efforts on that. All of us need to resist the politicization of this and the politicization of staff, but I do appreciate the hard work you're doing. I know it's not easy, so thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to begin by thanking staff for all of the work that they've done.
Do you have a motion?
No, I don't have a motion.
Oh, okay.
I did, but I don't.
All right, okay, thanks.
No problem. I want to thank staff for all the work that they've done on rent safe TO. For myself as a city councilor, I find it's very easy to look after people that own a single family residential home or a house or a townhouse. They seem to very readily find their city councilor. They can elaborate on what their issue is, whether it's by phone or email, or they'll find me at one of my community meetings. I I have 4 neighborhood improvement areas in my ward. Those people, on the other hand, often I find that they work 1, 2, sometimes 3 part-time jobs. They're trying to look after their family. English isn't always their first language of choice or use. They can't always figure out how to find their city councillor or know how the process works. I have town hall or drop-ins in lobbies in apartment buildings. I'll have residents come into the lobby. They'll happily talk to me. They'll chit-chat, and they don't have any issues in their apartment. And then I'll run into them at the grocery store or out wherever, and then they'll say to me, they'll unload on me about all the issues in their apartment building. And I'll say to them, I saw you last week in your apartment in the lobby. Why didn't you say anything? Well, because the superintendent's right there. And if I start complaining about issues in my apartment and the superintendent's there, from past experience, any ability for me to deal with the issues in my apartment, the superintendent's going to make it worse for me, or harder for me, or more difficult. Those are the people that we need to help. The other thing that I find with landlords and building owners, and I just experienced this a couple of weeks ago at a building 3434 Eglinton Avenue East in my ward. Acorn was in, the tenants have created a new group. The mayor came out and spent a lot of time listening to those tenants. The owner of the building found out through the media that the mayor and I were going and insisted on having a meeting with me before we met with residents so that he could tell his side of the story of a long list of issues in that building. And I find that more often than not, that's what happens. When you finally get rent-safe TO in, residents become more vocal, they start organizing, that's when the owners suddenly pop up and they're like, Councillor, how can we help you? We want to fix the problem in the building. So I applaud this program because those are the residents that seem to need the most of our help to figure out how to be involved in the system, how to get issues brought to attention so they can be readily solved. And without rent-safe TO, I don't think that would be happening. So I want to once again thank staff for all of their hard work. It's very much appreciated by myself, and I know the tenants in those buildings, like 3434 Eglinton Avenue East. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Speaker. And I, along with Councillor Lindsay and others, want to just commend our staff for advancing rent-safe TO, but I also want to commend you, Madam Mayor, because now rent-safe TO has a brand new approach, a brand new visible feature that was very difficult to achieve. And I've worked for many, many years with Acorn, many years in my community, in many ways, rent evictions, cleaning things up, advocacy around heat, and I know that you, Madam Mayor, have been involved in that as well. And rent safe was something that Acorn said we need to be able to advance this for tenants across the city of Toronto. We need to have a clear score. We did that with restaurants, and you can see that that's a yellow. Well, get your act cleaned up. I'm not going to go in there. So that is a new phase for rent safe, and is at your feet, Mayor, that this has happened. And I want to acknowledge that, and I think we all need to acknowledge that because we had rent safe without that. I also yesterday acknowledged MLS. There's been so much heavy lifting over the last number of months and years, and to say again thank you for that. That was business licensing yesterday. Now we're on apartment fix-ups, but it's the same crew. I also, unfortunately, do have to get a little bit political. I think we are elected. Last time I looked, we're politicians. There is a difference between staff and politicians. And I want to say that for many years, as many of you know, one of my best friends and still was on council, that's Councillor Janet Davis. Her main thing was 500 Dawes Road. Nobody worked as hard as Councillor Davis on trying to get a fix in Dawes Road. The number of violations, the number of violations on the wall, the number of times going to court, the number of times off of court, The fact to get something happening is very hard if a landlord doesn't want to do it and it's not a life-threatening issue. The same landlord at another building had an entire sewage spill in the basement. Yes, the city had to come in to clean that because that was a health and safety issue and a emergency issue. But on things that aren't necessarily an emergency but are failing our test, then how do you get the landlord to actually do that? I commend Councillor Davis for her decade of work. This is the compliment to pay her that we're now on that. And Councillor Bradford, you owe so much to your predecessor who did so much work at 500 Dawes Road. And I'm glad you were able to step in and do a few things. But I want to say this here today. Doesn't matter what Councillor Davis did because we couldn't achieve what was necessary. Doesn't matter the things that you may have done because it couldn't achieve what was necessary. What matters is what the mayor did to step in to say, we will fix that up at your expense. That is an entirely new world for tenants here in the city of Toronto. Entirely new, wonderful world that you're not begging, that you're not calling 311, that you're not calling your councillor, calling the mayor's office. That's supposed to have happened and it didn't happen. And I know, Councillor Matlow, you've watched this for many years roll out in that way. So this is a new world for tenants that you have achieved in your mayoralty. Number one, we're going to fix it if it's broken, and that's too bad. It's going on your property taxes. New world. Number two, rent safe. We're going to know if you're keeping your building in good repair or not in good repair. And the majority, we can see, the majority of buildings in this city are clean, well run. They're over 80. There's a number that are yellow, and then there's some that are red. What are they doing red? I've already had that conversation with staff about the two that are red in my ward. How do we get at that? What's going to happen? Those remain to be very important issues to tackle, but now we have the data and everybody sees it. So thank you very much, Mayor, for your ability to step in and work with tenants. I thank you on behalf of Acorn, on behalf of everybody who's a tenant in our city that has had this kind of difficulty. Kudos to you.
Thank you. Councillor Bravo.
I want to start by saying what a great day this is. You know, there are voices in this city and even in this chamber who are constantly saying that everything in Toronto is broken, and that that the mayor's term here has, you know, there are problems here and there. But the reality is that this is half the population of the city of Toronto is having a great day today. It's a basic line of protection. Bad landlord, you pay. Now we're going to know whether you're a bad landlord much sooner. There are many more levers. It's transparent. It's public. There's nothing more important to a person's life, to a family's life and future, than having a clean, safe place to live. And that is a bargain that has to be absolutely honored because people pay rent. Paying rent is a contract. And until now, that hasn't been appropriately enforced. My colleague called that socialism. And you know what? Maybe you're right, Councillor Holladay, because the reality is that we have a free market economy, and we have to tame that market when it comes to the basic things in life. People need to live, people need to work, people need to eat, and that's what we're doing right now. We're protecting people. We're the last line of defense for people. The result when people can't bear the conditions anymore is that they're thrown out of their units. Units are left to crumble, and then the landowner has the capacity to say, oh no, we want to renovate. We push things to the point that renovictions are going to happen. But guess what? Another great thing has happened in this term. We have a no renoviction bylaw. The basic floor of protection for people when they need it most has been increased dramatically. And while many things have happened over the years, I want to just go back a little in time. It was 22 years ago that Acorn first started knocking on doors in the city of Toronto, and I remember meeting the first organizers, learning about what they were doing, and I did canvassing with them just as a volunteer a few times, went out in Davenport North, and I've seen this movement grow. First, we got rent safe. Then we've got increasing amounts of protection. Staff had got direction to move ahead with certain elements. But in these last couple of years, we've seen a dramatic change. We've seen huge victories for tenants. And I want to acknowledge all of the Acorn leaders who have built a movement that isn't just in Toronto. This is the biggest people's organization in the country. It goes all the way from the East Coast to West Coast. And people are learning from each other and learning good practices. But the acceleration of impact here under this mayor in the city of Toronto today is something that we should be jumping up and down for and shouting it out from the rooftops and celebrating. This is what leadership looks like. When it counts the most, we're going to be there for you. If you're going to hurt tenants, we're going to go after you. I think this is a wonderful day, and I want to thank all the staff who have been struggling with these situations for years and years and years. But now you have the political leadership to stand beside you. You have the political direction and the resources to move ahead. So let's celebrate. I want to echo what my colleague, Councillor Fletcher, said. This is a sea change here in the city of Toronto, and I couldn't be happier. Thank you to Acorn, Federation of Metro Tenants Association, and ACTO for everything that you've done together.
Thank you. Okay, if we could get ready to vote, and I believe that Councillor Holladay, you wanted to split up the vote. Can you let us know which ones you want separate?
Thank you, Speaker. I just want to vote on Councillor Matlow's amendments separately.
Okay, thank you. All right, can put each recommendation or just his?
No, Speaker, just simply a recorded vote on his amendment. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll put the motions on the screen. Okay, Councillor Matlow's motion, recorded vote.
Councillor Candavel and Councillor Perruzza, if you are participating remotely, please turn on your cameras.
I've turned it on. Am I not visible? Hello?
Councillor Candavel, are you present in the meeting?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. I turned my camera on. Am I visible?
Okay.
Councillor Fletcher, please.
Yeah. Yeah, if you're virtual, okay.
Motion 1 carries. The vote is 23-1.
Okay. Item as amended, recorded vote.
The item is amended carries. The vote is 23-1.
Okay, our next timed item is critical investments in streetlight infrastructure for public safety. Councillor Moyes held the item down. Do we have questions of staff? I'm going to ask another, again, do we have questions to staff? Oh, here we are. Okay. Councillor Chernes-Lynn?
I'll be quick.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So I just have a couple questions about, I know there's a little bit of discussion in the report about how Toronto Hydro and staff will be working together with the Transportation Department, for example, capital infrastructure, to plan for changes. I wonder if you could just expand to talk about how we're ensuring there's cooperation and ensuring that we're, to the best of our ability, not ripping out roads or areas multiple times, and that we're trying to coordinate our work together.
Madam Speaker, through you. Sorry, excuse me. Toronto Hydro, we recognize the importance of coordinating our capital work with the other work that's going on and the impact that it can have on congestion. The way the program is intended to be, or the way the program is set up, on an annual basis, Toronto Hydro will be submitting a 10-year plan to the City of Toronto Transportation Services. And the purpose of that is to make sure that we have opportunities to look and identify where we can align our work with other capital work that's going on in the city. And we'll be refreshing that plan every third quarter on an annual basis to make sure that as things change, we have the opportunity to align our work with the other work that's going on in the city to avoid impacts to congestion as much as possible.
And just as a follow-up to that, would you be open to considering how you'll be communicating with councillors' offices to ensure that perhaps something like on a yearly basis, we're advised of the work that's being planned in our communities so that we can help smooth anything out to the best of our ability, work collaboratively together, but also just be aware of what work is being done and perhaps raise any key areas we're concerned about or where we know there's capital work coming.
Yes, thank you. And through you, Madam Speaker, that is a key part of our proposal, is that we have to have that kind of communication with councillors, with the community, to make sure that what we are building works, that people are aware what's coming in. There's tremendous benefit to this program, but people won't know about it if we don't communicate it adequately, and part of communicating it adequately is working with councillors in their offices.
Okay, thank you very much. I very much appreciate that, and I think we can be of tremendous support also in the process of the work you're doing. So thank you for that collaboration.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Ching. Hang on one sec. There you go. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just wondering, is there going to be a map of prioritization so that we have an idea of how this is going to unfold across our city?
So as part of the report, we have a heat map that shows the areas that are prioritized for infrastructure renewal. So that's available in the report. And then on an annual basis, we're going to be refreshing that prioritization in the map in the annual plan. So I expect that will be available.
So does that map capture the underground wiring and the light bulbs, or is it two separate pieces, or is it one, I guess, shown as one asset?
The map captures the state of good repair work, so that would be the poles and the underground cables. I don't think it reflects the straight LED conversions.
So Montreal is currently deploying a smart LED lighting system across their city, 132,000 fixtures, networked nodes that can remotely manage brightness, monitor energy consumption in real time, and detect broken lamps immediately. Is that being contemplated in upgrading our city? Are we looking at that opportunity?
Our focus with the program is to address some severe backlog in the state of good repair of the infrastructure. So again, looking at cables that are at this point, I think 86% past their useful life. On aggregate, the street lighting system is 33% past its useful life, and that's going to continue to get worse if we don't address more funding. As part of the proposal that we have in front of council right now, it does include sensors that allow us to dim lights, or I should say controls, not sensors, which provides some advanced notification when there's a failure of a light and those types of things. So there is more remote intelligence than we get today. But really, given that our focus is on getting through the backlog of state of good repair, anything beyond dimming controls isn't currently contemplated.
And would probably require a greater collaboration to get to that vision, right?
That's correct.
And I noted that in Montreal, they are looking at lowering the temperature of light to 1800 K in parks to avoid disrupting wildlife. Has there been any analysis done on the temperature of light that we're implementing and the potential impacts it might have on wildlife?
As part of our analysis, we have looked at lighting temperatures. The current, for example, the current high-pressure sodium lights, I think, are about 1700 Kelvin, whereas the metal halide lights that are used in the old city of Toronto are around 4000 Kelvin. Our intent is to go forward with a consistent standard of 3000 Kelvin, which is, we feel, strikes a good balance between comfort and also impacts to wildlife. The other benefits of the LED lighting are there's improved optics, so the lighting is more directed towards the road versus up to the sky or off to the side.
3 minutes.
And also reduce glare.
If at some point after implementation we notice that there are negative impacts to wildlife at 3000 K or Kelvin, would there be the opportunity to adjust to something lower, and would that be able to be done remotely?
We don't have the ability to adjust the lighting temperature remotely, but certainly if we found that there were issues with the temperature, then we could always reevaluate that decision and look at different lighting temperatures. But we have found that 3000 Kelvin is consistent with what has been done elsewhere and is in general aligned with standards and kind of consistent with what we've seen in other jurisdictions.
Okay, great, thanks. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Councillor. Next up is Councillor Crisanti. Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you, Speaker. Okay, thank you for your report. I just want to clarify, the total investment is close to $600 million over 10 years for comprehensive street lighting program, right, including all the LED conversions?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Now, does that include all residential streets? It's all inclusive for the City of Toronto?
Yes, it's a citywide program.
All right. So there's nothing excluded, no roads, no communities, it's all inclusive. How are we deciding to prioritize these conversions? Which wards go first, and how is that, maybe you could tell me how that is going to play out?
Yes, through you, Speaker. Prioritization has been a key part of the conversation between Toronto Hydro along with city staff, transportation services, the Environment, Climate, Forestry group, finance team, but also Toronto Police. There's a number of factors that have to be considered. The key consideration is, where is the system failing today? That's number one, but we're also factoring in there are big benefits from other public safety perspectives. So where there's an opportunity to have greater impact because, for example, there is higher crime, Toronto Police has urged that having the lighting dealt with there will reduce crime, it will improve the ability to identify perpetrators and so forth. So a number of social factors are combined with the core infrastructure considerations.
Okay, that's very comforting to know. Are we going to be getting myself and my colleagues get a list. How long would this take to roll out?
So the program is a 10-year program. We have prioritized, as Mr. Smart noted in response to the previous question, a number of neighborhoods. I will note, per the map in the report, Etobicoke, North Etobicoke is one of the areas where the infrastructure is in particularly poor condition, as are a number of areas in Scarborough. These are resulting from historic underinvestment in those areas. Those are prioritized to be dealt with first, but ultimately, this is a program that will benefit all Torontonians across all neighborhoods in the city.
Thank you. You answered my next question, and it's important to know that we are prioritizing areas that are underfunded and have more challenges as like Etobicoke North. Are we collaborating with forestry on the implementation of this as well? Because what we have inherently are, we have many mature areas in the city. Up in Etobicoke North, we have a number of very mature areas where we have mature tree canopies. And it's the tree canopies that prevent new lighting from doing their job, and that is lighting up the street and sidewalks for safety purposes. Is there going to be very close collaboration to ensure that the work is done at the same time?
Councillor, I can confirm that we are coordinating the forestry work of the city with Toronto Hydro, and we're looking at opportunities as they're doing the upgrades to ensure that pruning is done concurrently that supports both safety, visibility, and also tree health.
So concurrently meaning do the tree maintenance, tree pruning before the lighting upgrades are completed?
So we'll be working on the process for that. A lot of it is on site as the Toronto Hydro folks are coming on. They'll be identifying potential constraints, areas where maybe poor visibility is occurring, and then we can follow in afterwards. So it's likely, when I say concurrently, kind of in a coordinated manner. I think part of it is related to the work that will happen for the street lighting, and that will impact kind of how we approach the work for the pruning.
All right. Is there ever a time where, it does not happen concurrently? There's delays. You still do the street lighting upgrades. However, the maintenance of the tree pruning is delayed for a number of weeks or months?
So right now, it's I would say we do coordinate, but what we're looking to implement as part of this program is kind of a much more structured process. So I don't think I can answer necessarily for the past, but I can speak to our plans in the future around that. Of course, there may be delays. For example, if we get a large storm event through, we have specific requirements we need to meet related to cleanup. So it's hard to say, exactly what will happen in the future. But the idea is that we'll have more of that coordination, so it happens in a much more closer time frame, and enables people to then to see the benefits of the street lighting upgrades. And at the same time, we're able to get out and do our regular maintenance and tree pruning for health.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Moyes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So about 2 years ago now, I went to Copenhagen for Healthy Cities Conference, and one of the things that we focused on was light pollution. And the way they actually illuminate the city is actually keeping the light fixtures or posts, I guess, closer to the ground. How is this LED change going to impact the light pollution in the city? Will it improve it or make it worse?
So this change will improve the light pollution in the city, and that's a function of the fact that with the majority of the LED fixtures, the light is more directional. There's better optics. We have more opportunities to direct the light specifically to the ground. On major on arterial roads, we'll also be striving to achieve the RP8 standard, which is a North America-wide standard for illumination levels that considers light pollution and uniformity of light and all those types of things. On more local roads, we'll be striving to achieve it as much as possible, but through the course of the program, as we change out fixtures, we'll have the opportunity to adjust the mounting heights, adjust the angles,
and make sure that it's light pollution is minimized as much as possible. So the answer to the question is light pollution will be improved under this program.
Happy to hear that. And there's a lot of heritage lighting in the city of Toronto. I mean, Old Town Toronto, St. Lawrence Market, there's a lot of heritage lighting there. Will this change also include heritage lighting as well?
That's correct. So the heritage lighting that's owned by Toronto Hydro will be included as part of this program. In many cases, we have LED fixtures that are more or less a like-for-like replacement, so that's what we'll be employing in those situations. In circumstances where maybe there isn't an LED equivalent, we'll work with the local councillor, the community, to make sure that we go a direction and choose a fixture that maintains the desired aesthetic.
Okay. And also, too, will this initiative also include BIA areas as well, or just because I know right now when it comes to heritage lighting and the posts that are owned by, I guess, maybe the BIA, it's not covered by Toronto Hydro. Is that correct?
So this proposal doesn't address BIA-owned lighting. It just addresses Toronto Hydro-owned lighting.
Only Toronto Hydro. Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's do quorum call. We don't have quorum. And those that are virtual, please turn on your cameras.
Speaker, there are 20 members present in the chamber.
Okay, if I can ask
And
members
online.
of council to please remain in your seats, because if you're not sitting, we don't have quorum. All right. Our next questioner is Councillor Sachs.
Yes, thank you very much. I've been working very closely with you folks on this issue for quite a long time. Appreciate that we're finally getting some action. So first of all, on decorative lighting, decorative street lighting in many areas is extremely important to the residents, such as Palmerston Boulevard, where the residents worked for many years to preserve that particular style of lighting. Just want to confirm that while we need to move that to LEDs, you're not going to interfere with the decorative lighting.
That's correct, Council. We recognize the importance of the aesthetic and the heritage values, so we will not be.
Okay, great. Second thing, one of the challenges we've had for a long time is that Hydro's mandate has been to put light in for cars, and pedestrians and cyclists have been secondary or omitted. In the new lighting system, will you be giving equal priority to all road and sidewalk users? Cars are not the only ones that matter.
Absolutely. Our focus is on roadway illumination, which covers all users of the roads, pedestrians, cyclists, automobiles.
So roads, but also the sidewalks?
Correct.
Okay. The next thing is, and I know I've sent it into you folks, there's been some research in other places about the real importance of reducing light intensity at dawn and dusk, particularly to avoid harm to birds, as well as people's light adjustment. Will you make provision for that in the new system?
With the new system, it comes with adaptive lighting control, so we have the ability to dim the lights on a set schedule or on demand. So our intent is to work with city staff, particularly for local roads where we have the opportunity to look at different dimming schedules.
Right. What I saw in the report is you have the capacity. What I didn't get was a commitment to do it.
Yes, we intend to investigate it.
All right. And on that issue, as well as on prioritization, because you don't have enough money to do everything right away, much as I would have liked that. What process are you putting in place to consult with local councillors to identify priority locations for installing the new lights?
Thank you, and through you, Speaker. The important thing is that there are many benefits, as you've noted, Councillor, to streetlights.
I'm not arguing with you about that. I'm arguing about the role of the councillor.
The core infrastructure dealing with it is often unseen, and those areas will do capital coordination with the city staff. On the areas within neighborhoods, as Councillor Chernos-Lynn was asking about, that coordination with councillors is key to make sure that residents know what's happening, where it's happening, and as you noted in your previous question, what are some of those other local considerations that we should incorporate into the plan?
But I'm not asking you about pushing information out. I'm asking you about councillors having input for the voice of their community on prioritizing locations. What will that process be?
To clarify, we see those engagements as a dialogue, not as a one-way flow of communication. It's important to receive the inputs, similar to the ones Councillor Moyes was noting, you have noted. That's all part of that process. But getting at the areas that are most acutely in need, we do also have knowledge of where those areas are. And so it is a dialogue. We'll speak with you, but we are going to move this project forward, aggressively to ensure that over 10 years, the benefits of that lighting arrive to as many neighborhoods as possible.
We definitely depend on you to know where the wiring is failing, the transformers are failing, the poles are failing, for sure. But what is going to be your process? When are you going to start with consultation with councillors and communities on locations to prioritize?
So pending City Council approval, hopefully today, that process will begin right away. We're hoping to move and begin the project this summer, if at all possible. So
I'll hear from you next week.
Next week, the week after, probably many times over the course of several months. As Mr. Smart noted, it will be not just a one-time engagement. This is a project that's going to evolve over the 10-year period, and we'll be regularly in contact throughout that period with each councillor in respect of their ward.
Thank you. You have a question. Councillor Lanciata, Speaker Lanciata.
Yeah, thank you. I just have one question. So I know a few years ago, some of the BIA, well, one BIA in particular at the junction, they received funding from the federal government, and what they did is they put all the hydro wires underground. Now, are we looking in the future on asking the federal government to fund some of these areas where, some of these BIA areas where we have hydro poles on the sidewalk's not wide enough, and you've got these poles in the middle of the sidewalk, and they can't, pedestrians, it's not very safe for pedestrians. So are we looking in the future on, in some areas, putting the hydro wires underground with federal funding? Because I know it was federal funding that was requested.
So that's not contemplated right now, although I would say one of the benefits of this program, one of the intended outcomes is we have about 11,000 overhead jumpers in areas that are supposed to be underground supplied, but because the cables have degraded and have failed, we've got overhead wires, so we'll be tackling a good portion of that work as part of this.
And they will go underground?
That's correct.
So would the hydro poles actually be removed?
So the intent would be major arterial roads.
Yeah.
There likely will be some changes in pole spacing and new poles. Local roads will utilize the existing poles.
Yeah, so, yeah, I'm talking about the major arterial roads, like for example in Weston, in my area, Weston Lawrence. So we have, the sidewalks are very narrow, so we have the hydro poles, and then we have the BIA lamp standards, and the sidewalk is so narrow that it's even difficult for pedestrians to walk the sidewalk, because with all these poles, you can't. So I did at one time, a few years ago, asked Hydro if they would put everything underground. But, you know, in some of those areas where it's difficulty, I think we should look at putting them underground and removing the hydro poles on the sidewalk. Do you agree?
Yeah, I think to the extent that that improves the streetscape and movability, obviously we have to consider the electrical distribution infrastructure, but certainly it's needs to be a consideration anytime we go in and do work.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Councillor Canada?
Hi there. Is my audio audible?
He's virtual, so.
Hi there. Is my audio audible? Hello?
Go ahead, ask your question.
Yeah, I'm just confirming if my audio is audible.
Yes, it is, yes, yes.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. Chief Staff, my question is around the methodology of how the streetlight infrastructure is going to be addressed. In an earlier response, the answer was predicated around need and where infrastructure is lagging or inadequate. In a recent answer response to Councillor Stacks, it seemed to be around councillor voice or community voice. So if staff can clarify how decisions are going to be made, are they based on consultation, community voice, or is it going to be based on need, infrastructure, state of repair, state of good department, et cetera? So how is the methodology of where our limited resources are going?
Through you, Speaker, the infrastructure prioritization will primarily be the objective assessment that was done in collaboration with city staff and Toronto Police. To clarify, the discussion with Councillor Sachs was within the neighborhoods. As we get to those neighborhoods, when their turn comes up, will we be responsive? Will we look at what are the needs within those neighborhoods as their turn comes up?
Thank you. So just to clarify, it will be determined by data and evidence into where the investments and upgrades are going to be made?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you, staff. Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go to speakers. Councillor Moyes. Councillor Moyes? Come on, Councillor Moyes. Councillor Moyes to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do have a motion. And the motion really just talks about, I think it's a great initiative, by the way. It's high time. It's very environmental friendly. My motion really talks about the heritage or decorative street lighting fixtures owned by Toronto Hydro, in that they also include the LED initiative that's being brought forth. And secondly, in BIA improvement areas, I know in some cases the light posts belong to the BIA, and I've heard that Toronto Hydro may not touch it as a result of that, or the BIA may actually pay the entire cost of the upgrade if there is any. And so I'm hoping, so this motion really is to highlight perhaps working with the BIA to ensure that they are supported on this initiative as well. And the third piece of my motion is really around exploring opportunities to expand and improve pedestrian scale lighting on major pedestrians thoroughfares across the city. Downtown Toronto is a prime example. Young Dundas intersections is a prime example. We want to make sure that there's proper lighting all times of the day and night and evening so that people actually get around the city safely. So those are the things I would like you to explore, hopefully. if this motion is passed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Oh, we do have a question for you by Councillor Holliday.
Sure.
Well, so the first one talks about the decorative street lighting fixtures, and I think what I'm reading is you're asking to have new ones put back. But how does all the cost for this square up? Like, does it then cause there to be less opportunity to deal with fixtures somewhere else in the city because a choice for a premium fixture was chosen in those areas?
Well, again, this is not going to be done overnight. It's going to take some time. But when it's time to actually go into that area and you're working on the light fixture or the post itself, make sure that it actually complements the area in that the decorative lighting reflects the original, right? Like Old Town Toronto. I wouldn't want, let's say, a post, a regular post, where a heritage post was initially. The BIA's put a lot of resources into those heritage lights and posts, and I want that to be honored and respected.
But that's just it. The BIA's put the money into it, and now taxpayers are putting the money into it. It's like a doubling down. It's like a premium light fixture forever. And that's what I'm worried about. And so how do we square that up in terms of the money?
Well, again, I think that's something that staff can work out with the BIA. Perhaps it could be a cost-sharing effort. The cost should not all go to the BIA either. If the light fixture or post needs to be upgraded and is the responsibility of Toronto Hydro, then why does the BIA have to pay the entire cost just because they are in BIA catchment?
Well, would you make it a friendly amendment that it's done at the cost of the BIA, since they're the ones that put
Well, I
up
don't
the
think it's
original
fair
fixture?
to the BIA either, because again, if they were not in the BIA catchment, then Toronto Hydro would have to incur the entire cost anyway.
Someone's got to pay.
So I'm saying that perhaps there could be a cost sharing in that regard.
What if we just de-scope them and leave them to the end and leave the old lights there? There's nothing wrong with them. They're just lights.
Yeah, but then you're going to have burned out lights in the downtown core because of negligence. They will not be replaced. So again, I think the LED initiative is a good one. I think it's cost effective over time for the city, but also it perhaps will illuminate less glaring and lighting in the core. As I said, there's a lot of light pollution in the downtown core, and I think that's something that we need to actually focus on as well, because it does impact people's mental health and well-being.
And this is not costed, right?
It's not costed, no.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Cherneslin, you would like to introduce the students that are in the council chambers.
Yes, Speaker. I am pleased to say hello to students from the gifted classes from Denlow Public School, which is in the York Mills area of my ward. So hi, everybody. So I think we have grades 4 and 5 students here today, and we're really thrilled that they've come and right now listening to us talk about replacing the streetlights and upgrading everything, all of the poles over a 10-year period. Yeah, you're on the screen. It's like being at a Jays game, isn't it? Just no hot dogs and ice cream. But anyways, we are actually talking about something that you'll notice and start to see changing in your city, and we hope that you'll talk with your teachers about it when you go home. So I just want to say that we're very blessed to have Denlow in our ward. It is an unusual school in that it has it only goes from kindergarten to grade 5. It has a gifted program. It also has a late immersion program starting in grade 4, and it has an English stream program. And what is unique, one of the things that's very unique about Denlow, and some of us who have schools built in the period after the Second World War, is that there was a period of time where they built open concept schools. And so some of the classrooms in Denlow are sort of separated now by barriers, but they used to be very large open space places, which I would say for the teachers is sometimes a challenge. But makes it a very unique building and one that they've had to be very creative about how to use that space. And so just like parts of Toronto, everything is unique, and that is one of the unique features of our ward, is that we have a few schools like Denlow. So welcome, students, and we're really thrilled to have you here, and we hope you feel engaged to be at City Hall today, and we hope you have a great tour. And I hear you're going to the mayor's office, and I hope you'll come by my office as well. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Councillor Chang to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a motion that City Council direct City Manager in consultation with the people listed to assess the feasibility and benefits of deploying smart poles across our city as integrated urban infrastructure. And you can read in the motion all the benefits that that will bring. Converting legacy streetlights into connected LED or connected solid-state lighting has become an important ingredient in digital transformation strategies around the world. Smart poles, as they are called, which integrate LED lighting, 5G base stations, EV charging, environmental sensors, community safety cameras, into a single unit, are deployed around the world in cities including Seoul, Los Angeles, Shenzhen, China, Paris, Madrid, New York, Jakarta, and London. And they use the connectivity to increase safety, to increase the livability of the city with the many uses that a pole can play. And I've heard from some councillors that sometimes they have multiple poles on very small sidewalks, which also presents a challenge. So what we have here in this report that we received today is focused primarily on SOGR, which is very important. We want our lights to work. We have to replace old infrastructure. But it also presents us with a window to consider how we can be a modern city, how we can lead, how we can innovate. We know that we have a strategy to multiply Wi-Fi access across our city. We currently have a plan to multiply EV charging stations across our city. And we also are installing smart streetlights across our city that are collecting data, and our police are also installing cameras across our city for safety. So we have all these divisions that are doing good work, but there is an opportunity for us to think, how could we consolidate all of these uses into something that is smarter, more innovative, and something that could result in more remote capabilities. So being able to adjust temperature of a light remotely, being able to detect remotely when a light goes out and needs replacement. And so this could take us a few years, but I think it's important to start to see how we could pull all these different capital plans and see, is there a way that we can pilot some smart poles in our city and see how that could support all the good work that all these divisions are doing independently. It's always very hard to collaborate in a big city like ours, but I think for us to be an innovative city, it is important that we work together to get the best outcome and make the most of the precious little real estate that we have on our sidewalks to do heavy lifting to achieve greater purposes. So I hope you'll support my motion. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have a question for you.
Sure.
Councillor Myers, 3 minutes. Clarification.
Thank you, Speaker. Through you, I just have a question about 1A or 1A3, so the public Wi-Fi hotspot capability. So I lived in New York for several years, and unfortunately what often happened with a very similar program was people were using the public Wi-Fi to access inappropriate material in public, which created its own situations on the sidewalk. So I'm just wondering if maybe you would consider, as a friendly amendment, some language just
So
asking staff to look at maybe not allowing those types of accesses on the public Wi-Fi.
I'm happy to amend, but this is really the first step, and there will be, I think, other opportunities. This is actually a concern I did bring up with our Wi-Fi access team as they have rolled it out in community centers, and they have assured me that there are things in place in our Wi-Fi that do prevent that already. So I'm sure they would use the same principles if we use this as a way to multiply Wi-Fi access.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councillor Crisanti.
Thank you, Speaker. I have a motion. If it could be posted. So my motion, Speaker, is to ask City Council to direct Executive Director of Environment, Climate and Forestry to work with Toronto Hydro to coordinate tree pruning and street lighting upgrades to promote public safety through enhanced visibility as well as tree health. Speaker, I was just through my questions that I asked earlier, I think emphasized the importance of having those two things happen at the same time. I want to thank staff for the phenomenal assistance they gave us a number of months back in an area of my community that was very mature. We have a mature tree canopy, and we needed street lighting upgrades. And so what happened there is they did both. They went in, they did a complete assessment of the area, they did the work in the tree pruning area, and they also upgraded the lights. But let me be clear, the upgrading of the lights will not have the same impact unless the tree pruning took place. So they worked very closely with our office, and that is now complete. And I can tell you that if anybody has a chance to go up there, I'm happy to let you know where it is. And if I can use the phrase, it's like day and night. An amazing difference. My constituents feel a lot safer walking down those streets. And of course, vehicular traffic, as you're driving, there's a lot more visibility. You can see pedestrians walking. You could see what's actually happening around you. It's a very critical, proactive measure that ensures the effectiveness of street lighting. So, Speaker, my motion, I think, speaks for itself. And I just want to point out one more last point, that there's about a year backlog when it comes to tree pruning. So I think there needs to be a coordinated effort. We need to work together. And I know that when we start doing the 2026-27 budget, we may need to look at that backlog for street pruning. And I know the CFO is listening. That's something I think we have to pay attention to see what we could do to help forestry get ahead of that situation and also work more effectively in ensuring that the two things happen at the same time, street lighting improvements and tree pruning. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday.
I think there's a question. Did it?
Pay to speak.
Okay.
You have a question? Oh, I didn't see your names up here. Just. Oh, it just dropped because it wasn't on the screen. Okay. Councillor Holiday, question to Councillor Crisanti.
No, I'm sorry. It was Councillor Sachs with the question.
Councillor Sachs.
Thank you.
Who's on first?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Crisanti.
Okay.
I mean, I certainly understand the advantage of having both together when it's convenient. But are you suggesting that we've just got a lump of money to replace the street lights? We're the last major city in North America to go to LEDs. You're surely not suggesting that we should delay converting to LED until urban forestry can catch up? Your mic.
Here? No. Okay, Mike is here. Councillor, no. I'm not suggesting that at all. Of course, That there should be no delay whatsoever. Back during the budget process, I worked very closely with forestry, and we already know they've got a backlog. And I know that when in my own situation up in the Etobicoke North, when we had to address a specific issue, we got excellent cooperation both from Hydro and Toronto and forestry. They were able to coordinate. There were no delays, and it happened. But no, I'm not suggesting any delays.
Can I suggest then a friendly amendment? I hope you'll accept a friendly amendment to say something to the effect of to coordinate the tree pruning when practical without delaying the LED conversions.
Of course, I'm happy with that.
Okay, because I think that's the risk of this motion. So
we don't want to delay.
Okay.
Thank
so I don't know, clerks, do you need me to write to you about that? Okay, you'll amend it? You want me to amend it? Okay.
Amend the amendment?
So I am going to propose then, you want me to email it to you? Okay, thank you.
You have to wait till you speak.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. So, Councillor Sachs, if you want that amendment, put your name on to speak. Councillor Holliday to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I have a very brief motion. If I could ask the clerk to put that up. It's just to prioritize situations where there's a rapidly flickering street light. I'll explain that in a moment. I just want to emphasize the importance of this report for us. It's an enormous amount of money. It doesn't necessarily finish or solve all of the work that it opens up. We should be aware of that. It's a multi-year plan. And one of the things that has troubled me is that this has been positioned in public discussion about being LED and LED conversions, when in fact, the bulk of the money in the 10-year spend, the $570 million, is actually about maintenance of wires and poles. Not very exciting stuff, but really important. Especially if you look in front of your house and you see like a bird's nest of wires that have been temporarily strung together to make something work because the cable broke underground. And so I think that's positive that we're investing in infrastructure in the city. I also express a note of caution, and it is we're moving from a very simple analog technology in incandescent streetlights, and we're going to something which they call smarter, LED, I think network interconnected. And I use the air quotes around smart because, as people know, the more complicated things are, the more risks that come. But that's really offloaded over to our service provider in whom we're making a deal with, and that's Toronto Hydro. So, my message is to city staff is that you have to manage this relationship in this deal to make sure that we get the performance that we desire. I talked about it earlier in the council meeting. New street lights and the qualitative effects of that light being cast downward are going to have a profound impact on how we as humans see the environment around us. And so this really is a big deal. This is a big change that people will notice, and I want to make sure that we get it right. And the final thing I'll say is that, I didn't know that Councillor Crisanti was going to move a motion that it's really important, and I'm glad that he brought it up, because sometimes concerns that we have with street lighting is sometimes as simple as just pruning the trees that grow around them. Where we feel it's a little darker, it's because there's some branches in the way, and it wasn't because the technology was bad or people weren't looking after the infrastructure. It just meant we were behind on tree pruning. And I think his motion is really important because when you install new LED lights, there's a process often to tune them so that they're not too bright, they're not too dim, recognizing that like light bulbs, they change in performance over time, how much light is emitted. And you want to make sure that you've adjusted in a situation where the tree branches have been dealt with so that, you know, there's not more or less than what you were expecting. So I think that's a really helpful motion, and I hope that if it does get modified, it's done in a very helpful way, that it continues to emphasize the importance of making sure that the tree pruning is done so that we get a really good baseline on the lights. Finally, a quick comment on my motion. It's very minimal, but I'd like council to get behind it. It doesn't happen often, and I want to make sure that everyone understands my experiences with Toronto Hydro in reporting a light out have been really good. They've got a great app to do it. People should use it more often. And the light bulbs are often dealt with very quickly. So that's a great news story. Every now and then, especially with LED technology, because there's more electronics in it, when a bulb fails, it flickers really rapidly, and that's very annoying for anyone that lives near one or has to pass by one. And all I'm asking is that on the rare instance that happens, that those be treated with priority, because they're far more annoying than having a light out. And, you know, hopefully they can just build that into their process and deal with it. I'm quite confident that they can do that, but I thought it was worth bringing up at council because it should be important to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sachs.
Oh, sorry. I mean, yes, they are mad. Sorry.
You're up.
Thank you. Yes, thank you very much. Yes, I have a motion to amend Councillor Crisanti's motion.
Okay.
My motion is simply that first of all, lots of.
Does the staff have your motion?
I gave it to them.
Do we have Councillor Sachs' motion? Okay, there it is.
Right.
Yeah.
So my motion is to clarify that we want the tree pruning to happen together if it's practical and reasonable and doesn't delay the street lighting. Many of our street lights have no trees. And we've had, the street lighting conversion is urgent. We're behind almost every other city. It's important to cut costs and crime and crashes. So we need to not delay the street lighting change, but certainly there are places where, as Councillor Holliday mentioned, the street lights aren't working anyway because of tree growth and maintenance that the city is behind. And so I've asked that we coordinate those things where it's reasonable and appropriate and doesn't delay the essential upgrades that we've waited for so long. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's put the motions on the screen. We're ready to vote. Motion 1 by Councillor Moyes. Do we have quorum? 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, on favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Next motion. Motion 2 by Councillor Cheng. On favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Motion 5 by Councillor Sachs, on favor. Opposed, if any, carried. Motion 3 by Councillor Crisanti as amended, on favor, carried. Yeah, we're going to do it. Now, item is amended. Oh. On yours, but the whole thing. Just yours? You want to okay, recorded vote.
Councillor Burnside, please.
Councillor Ainsley, please. Councillor Fletcher. Okay. Councillor Fletcher? Okay. Well, yeah. Yeah. Motion 3 carries unanimously. Motion 3 as amended, pardon me, carries unanimously, 23 in favor.
Motion 4 by Councillor Holiday. On favor. Opposed, if any, carried. That's it. Item as amended, recorded vote. This is item as amended.
The item is amended, carries unanimously, 23 in favor.
Okay, thank you. Our next item is EC 27.2, review of Toronto street vending and artist bylaw. Councillor Holiday, you held the item down. Do you have questions to staff? Councillor Holiday?
Well, I guess the big question is whether or not the latest version of my motion is ready, because it's been moving, but I guess that's a question to the clerk.
Well, first of all, you have questions to staff?
If, not particularly, but if
Okay,
I need
but
to,
hold on.
I can ask them if we need a minute to
No,
have
no,
the
but
motion ready.
Councillor Holiday, hold on. I'll ask anybody else if they have questions. Does anybody, yeah, Councillor Fletcher, you have questions. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I just would like to understand how this is going to work now, because sometimes on Queen East, and also at Spadina and Queen, there's somebody who's very, very enthusiastic that has a amp and a microphone, and they spend a lot of time just playing the guitar and singing along. And I do get calls to say, that's very noisy. Could you please do something about that? So are we going to have this allowing more of this? Just casually pick up and have your private concert? And not that I don't think they're breaking any laws, but I'm wondering if this will help or curb that type of activity.
Through the speaker, so technically they are breaking a law. If they're doing it for money, buskers are not allowed to use amplified.
They're not using it for money, they're doing it because they think they're Rod Stewart.
If it is just someone picking up a guitar and picking up an amp and using it on the street, there is, from a vending perspective, there is no law that they're breaking. If they are exceeding the sound limits, then it might be under the noise bylaw that we would enforce.
So I would consider that, so they don't need a permit. You need a permit in the TTC, you need a permit here and there to do that, but you don't need a permit to stand for 2 hours and play very loud music, perhaps not well in a neighborhood.
Through the speaker, so even on the TTC, when people are busking for money, that's when they need a permit.
Yes, this is not for money. People, not everybody wants money. Some people just like to show off their talents.
Appreciate it, and that would not be covered under this bylaw.
How could that cover that instance? So I'll give you another example. at Yonge and Dundas, not in my ward, it's in your ward, Councillor Moyes, there is often excessive drumming, loud music, screaming, amplified, and then you may have a permitted event like Luminato in Sankofa Square that is impossible to hear because of the activity on the southwest corner of Yonge and Dundas. And I just think we should be cleaning this up somehow at this moment. So there's nothing wrong with that either, apparently.
So through the speaker, noise is a major concern, especially when we're dealing with performers on street. So it is where it is being done for payment, that would fit under the proposed bylaw. Where it is not, it will be done under the noise bylaw.
How could we, and can you help me if we need to send this back, to find zones where, whether it's for payment or not for payment, you would have to say, I want to go there and I want to be Rod Stewart and play every song for 2 hours, very loud, because as you know and I know, you don't have a lot of staff, the police aren't going to come, and it becomes a very difficult thing. And at Yonge Dundas Square, and I'm sorry to talk about your ward, Councillor Moyes, but we've discussed this before, as being a deterrent for casual concerts, actually Luminato, which was a major concert, which was completely drowned out by the activity on the other side of the street. So I'm looking to have some of that managed. Sorry. Yeah.
Thank you. So through the speaker, there are a variety of ways that these could be managed in a city like this. One is where it is vending, there could be exclusionary zones, such as around Yonge Dundas. Where it's a noise issue, it can be addressed through the noise bylaw. If it's an on-street issue, it might be addressed through our streets bylaw, and that would include sidewalks.
So there could be an exclusion zone then?
Correct. And we're proposing that in the report.
But only for money. I'm not talking about money. People are not always asking for money. If there's no money involved, how do you exclude that behavior?
Through the speaker, so our report today does talk about the vending bylaw, which addresses situations where there is an exchange of money for these services, such as busking, and that's the area that would include, in this bylaw, an exclusionary zone. I think what you're talking about is situations where there isn't this exchange of money.
Correct.
That is not covered in this bylaw.
And what I'm
Okay, that was your last question.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday.
Thank you. Could I plainly describe, or would you agree if I'm doing this right, that there's 3 streams in this report? One of them has to do with food, and that comes in various forms, whether it's a cart or a truck or somebody walking along selling food. The second category are artisans, and I'm going to be really broad on the interpretation, but it could be buskers, and I'll even put sort of character portrait artists in that, because yeah, I know it's a product, but it's really about the entertainment. And the third category is non-food. In other words, stuff. Could you tell me a little bit more about what you envision is in the non-food category and whether or not I got it right? I mean, that's the 3 things we're talking about here.
So first, through your speaker, yes, I think it's reasonable to describe it in those 3 buckets. For non-food vending, I think what we're envisioning is both sidewalk as well as mobile non-food vending, which can include anything that a vendor may wish to sell. The idea with our recommendations in the bylaws for us to not regulate the substance of what people are selling, but to open up that opportunity for them to do that. And that's what we've heard through consultation as well, that people are just kind of looking for options out there.
So let's drill into it a little bit further. What's a sidewalk vendor? Is that like a blanket on the sidewalk, a tarp, bunch of stuff laid out? Is it a table? Is it, somebody opens their jacket and says, look what I have here? Like, what is that?
Through you, Speaker, so on the sidewalk, it would be someone setting up a location on the sidewalk that is assigned to them, and they would be able to vend from that location.
But we don't go further and say you have to have a stand or a booth or something. It's just, well, whatever they do.
Through you, Speaker, I think through the application process, they would have to provide us sort of a description of what their setup is going to be, because it has to abide by some distance requirements and some clearance requirements on the sidewalk. So that would be part of the application process.
And then tell me about mobile vending of stuff. What could that be? Non-food items. Is that like a truck and the sides roll up and buying electronics? Or like what's the vision for that?
So through you, Speaker, I think if you've envisioned things like sort of an ice cream truck now, but it could be someone selling a variety of different things that would just be set up in a mobile fashion. There are also opportunities for sidewalk vending that are mobile as well. So someone could have sort of a movable cart or some other method of carrying their goods, and they would be able to vend those.
Are there any restrictions on goods that are being sold? I thought I read something in there.
Through you, Speaker, there are some restrictions on the types of materials or products that could be vended, such as no alcohol, no vapes, no tobacco.
Back to the food category. You know, we often think of the food vendors as stuff that you consume. Refreshment might not be a fair point, but maybe it's something that you consume right there. Like you're buying the food to eat it or the drink to drink it. Is there a space for food that you would take home? You know, somebody wants to sell meat or vegetables or whatever it is they want to sell on the side of the road. What categories that fall into?
Through you, Speaker, so they would fall under the same category, and the types of things that could be kept.
Food or
food.
Non-food?
As the food one.
Okay.
And there are situations where people vend sort of fruits and vegetables, especially in areas of the city that might be sort of a food desert, that are a bit harder for people to access sort of markets close by to be able to pick up those groceries.
Does any of that happen on a mobile basis?
Through the Speaker, it does happen on a mobile basis. I believe public health is the one that monitors that as well.
Okay. And finally, is there any contemplation for services? You know, maybe be able to get a haircut on the side of the road. Maybe I want to get a tattoo. Like, what limitations, or are there limitations on the service element?
Through you, Speaker, so offering of services is prohibited under this bylaw, so they would not be able to.
Thank you.
Councillor Chang, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As you know, currently the market in general for small businesses is very challenging, and members of our BIA are just concerned what this could do to their competitiveness and viability. And I'm just wondering if you can lay out what involvement BIAs will have in the decision-making process, and what the feedback loop will be upon implementing this legislation.
Through you, Speaker, the underlying purpose of the recommendations that we're making now are also to expand opportunities for small business. When it comes to BIAs, whenever an application comes in for sidewalk vending or vending within those areas, there are opportunities for BIAs, councillors, and members of the community to object to those applications. And if a particular threshold is reached for those objections, then we would not be issuing those licenses.
A threshold based on local businesses and the BIA?
So through you, Speaker, there are distance requirements in the proposed bylaw, which would require for example, a food vendor to not be within 25 meters of a restaurant, or someone selling non-food items to be within 25 meters of someone selling similar items. So it would be those businesses and the BIA within that 25-meter radius. And if 25% of those that have been notified object, that would be the threshold.
And will there be a report back on this to just monitor impact of implementation, especially with regard to waste removal? Sometimes a lot of these vendors, they're forced to use one-time use only, I think, takeout containers. So are we monitoring the impact on the public realm and waste removal?
Through you, Speaker, absolutely. And we do have a plan to report back in fourth quarter of 2027 on that.
Great, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Through you to staff. Can you help me to understand the definition of vending?
Through you, Speaker, I'm sorry, I'm not sure what the question, what you're referring to, Councillor.
Well, I'm asking you to define the definition of vending, street vending. What is it?
Just in general, it would be the selling of goods.
Great. So could I plug in a machine to the side of a business and vend from the sidewalk? Because it is vending of goods, right? Does this bylaw, does this review, does that take into account that opportunity?
Through you, Speaker, I'm having a hard time a little bit like with the hypothetical situation.
So
is the
let me
councillor
explain
envisioning?
then. So in Japan, there are many types of vending that takes place, lots of machines that are utilized. Many smart business people are looking at varying parts of the world in which vending occur. And that's why I ask you, what is the definition of vending? And so what happens is that they plug into the side of a structure and they vend from that location. I'm asking you whether or not we are looking at this, envisioning this as part of the street vending review that we have in front of us.
Through you, Speaker. So no, I think the vending bylaw envisions people applying for licenses and permits in order to sell food or products on the sidewalk or on the road. If an established business wants to plug in a vending machine on the right-of-way, I would imagine that would trigger something in the streets bylaw about taking up.
So this doesn't cover that. Are we looking at that? Because I can see this as part of the future situation in which people want to look at a variety of options to provide more utility for the general public to be able to receive goods and services as part of vending. I'm just wondering if we're looking at this, or are we just a little bit, am I too forward in my thinking?
Through you, Speaker, I think that is a bit more forward than we have looked.
Okay.
But that's not in our plans.
Okay, so I may have to bring a member's motion at some point to ask you to put it in your plan to review? You don't have to answer that, thank you. With respect to the handling of food and so on, so does this, what is the role of public health with respect to this bylaw?
So as part of the licensing process, through you, Speaker, anyone that is selling food does get inspected by Toronto Public Health.
Great. And can you help me to understand the hawker's peddler's license? If I were to vend, first of all, do we have such a license still in existence in the City of Toronto?
Through you, Speaker, yes, and through this report, we're proposing to delete it.
Ah, that's what we're proposing to do. Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Holliday, you ready to speak? Okay, go ahead.
Thanks, Speaker. There's three motions. They're separate, and I'll just explain them as they go up. So the first motion asks to put a spatial prohibition around the entrance to TTC stations for vendors. 15 meters on the same block. Part 2 is just a grandfathering provision in the event we've already allowed somebody closer than that. The second motion, and this is the one I want to talk about, is to not move forward on non-food items because I have some concerns with that. And the third motion is, obviously if that one doesn't pass, that if we do go ahead with non-food vending items, that it be part of the report back in the future so that we can take a closer look at it. So the first one, the explanation is simple, right? Like vendors often, if you've ever traveled to other cities where they've got this, vendors go where there's a lot of people and where it's busy. And some of the busiest places in the city, next to main tourist attractions, are our mass transit stations. And we have enough challenges with people feeling comfortable in using our public transit system for lots of reasons. And I thought just having a bit of space from those entrances, from the hustle, bustle, and buzz that is created by vendors makes them even more welcoming. And it's just a little bit of a setback that I think makes life better for everybody. So I hope you'll support it. The second one is the bigger one. I thought about this report a lot, and I'm excited about more carts, more food, more buskers, more entertainment. Those are all things that I can use. Those are all things that make my day better. They might even bring some joy to experience them on our street, and I think they contribute to the fabric of our city, and I'm glad we've got some rules around how to make them work. But this last piece here about non-food items, I've tried really hard to think about what it is that somebody could sell on the side of the road that would make my life better or something that I truly need. And I'm really having a hard time at that. And I wonder, though, if we should take a very cautious approach about opening the door on that. And that's not just my idea. It was brought up by one of the BIAs who have some concerns over this. And my suggestion is not to move forward on that particular element. Maybe there's something that people want then, there, and now. Maybe there's something that can't be purchased in one of the many stores and entrepreneurs and convenience stores and souvenir shops in this city. Maybe. But I don't think we need to surge ahead on that. What I do worry about is people selling things on the side of the road because they're things that they couldn't or shouldn't sell in a store. And I'm not saying they would even get a permit. Maybe some other people will join in the fun when they realize they can blend in with people that do have permits, that do sell legitimate things. But I don't think if those activities happen, they make my life better. I don't think they make our city better. I don't think they make a better impression of our city for people that are visiting here, and so I'm urging some extreme caution around that. And we will see what council votes on that particular matter, but I think that that's a worthy carve-out until we settle the matters that are contemplated in the rest of this report. Thank you.
Councillor Moyes.
No. I do have a motion. To not realize I'm on the speaker's list. The motion really just talks about public nuisance in Toronto Centre and safety and traffic congestion concerns in certain areas. And it's really to talk to really for making sure that the local council, the BIA, and other stakeholders are consulted when it comes to certain buskers in certain areas. But we do need to have busker stops, I think, along the way where people can actually know where they need to busker and not just busker anywhere. And so really this is the gist of my motion, and I hope that my colleagues can support it.
Thank you. Councillor Sachs. Councillor Sachs. Okay, take you off the list. Okay, Councillor Cheng.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a motion that's been pre-circulated. The first one is just about monitoring the MLS enforcement and circling back to see if we need to increase the cost recovery for how we enforce if there are more problems. And the second motion is just about working with the BIA to identify how they might become contributors in some way to BIAs if there are fixed vendors. And I want to thank Chair Alejandro Bravo for working with me on these motions. I think they reflect some of the concerns that our BIA has at a sensitive economic time in our city. So I hope you'll support my motions. And I do want to speak to Councillor Holiday that I have really enjoyed street vending as someone who previously lived in Asia, has shopped in Asia, getting out of the subway station and seeing so many unique things that I wouldn't necessarily see in a store definitely improved my life when I was living there. So I look forward to the beautiful things that can become more accessible and just supporting small entrepreneurs who cannot afford to be bricks and mortar. I do look forward to seeing what will unfold in the City of Toronto as we pass this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe we have time just for one more speaker and then we'll break. Councillor Burnside.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do have a motion. It's just regarding the R55 vendors. Staff had originally proposed that they be grandfathered permanently. I know that was changed to 2 years. I'm proposing 5 years just to let these folks who have probably been in their position for 30 years, just give them a little more time to transition out.
Okay, that's it? Oh,
Well,
thank
nothing
you.
else to say. Gettysburg was 2 minutes.
Deputy Mayor Malik is next, but she's not here. So Councillor Fletcher, can you be quick in 3 minutes? No, it's just that we have to recess.
Good luck.
We have to recess. Or do you want to wait till later? Okay, so we're recessed to 2 o'clock. This meeting is now resumed. Okay, Councillor Shan, you have a short announcement you want to make? Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to rise and acknowledge the attendance of Nepali Canadian Community Services leadership here. Attending the council, they host a Himalayan Mela every year for 18 years at Nathan Phillips Square, coming up on August 8th as well. So welcome to City Hall.
Thank you. Now, we do have some urgent motions without notice to be added, but unfortunately we don't have 18 members, so we can't do that. All right? Yeah. I will now take the release of votes. Okay, we'll clear the screen. Okay. Anybody want to release anything? Councillor Morley.
Yes, Madam Speaker, thank you. I'd like to release the EY item on Algoma. Sorry, forgive me. Let me just grab the EY 30.11, Grand Avenue and Algoma Street pedestrian crossing protection. Councillor Holiday had wanted a recorded vote, and I'm in support of this item in my ward. I hope my colleagues will support me as well.
Okay, so Councillor Morley is releasing EY 30.11 recorded vote.
Thank you.
Councillor Shannon, how do you vote, please? In the affirmative. Thank you. The item is adopted, 17-1.
Councillor Chang, quick release.
For CC 40.7, I have an amendment.
Okay, just one sec. That's 110 Shepherd.
Yes, that's right.
Okay, so does the staff have your motion?
Yes.
It's not ready.
It's not ready? Okay, thank you.
Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, Speaker. PH 29.5, Advancing the City's Affordable Housing Access System, all wards. I have a motion to defer that to the May meeting.
Okay, so we'll put the motion on the screen. That's PH 29.5 to defer it to the May meeting. On favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you. All right. Councillor Pasternak.
Yes, if motions are ready for IE 2813 and IE 2814, I can release them both. IE 2813, IE 2814.
Yeah, can you just...
No? One's not ready. Okay, we'll have to hold it down.
Yeah, we've combined 13 and 14, right? But
Yes, there's a motion for each item, so one's not ready, so we'll have to...
One's not ready? All right. Okay, so I believe that we have 18 members now, so we can add the motions. Okay? Councillor Matlow.
I move this motion to improve the city's laneway conveyance process.
And it's urgent.
It is urgent as delays in the laneway conveyance process are impeding the ability of several development projects across the city to proceed, and this matter urgently needs to be resolved.
Okay, on favor, carried. Thank you. Councillor Bravo.
Thank you, Speaker. I have a motion. You could display it, please. It's a reopening of an item for traffic flow on College Street between Dufferin and Gladstone Avenue, and it's urgent because business owners are without access to parking.
On favor, carried. Councillor Chang.
Thank you. This is a motion regarding 4949 Bathurst Street. And because there's an OLT hearing, there is time sensitivity.
Okay, on favor, carried. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Speaker. This is a motion for a love parade. Oh yeah, who wants to come with me? Love Parade, which is remembering Claude Cormier, the fantastic Canadian landscape architect, and it's going to happen in May, so we'd like to get that sorted today. Thank you. An actual parade?
Carried. Okay, that's it. Members, we will now do the member motion run through. The city clerk has advised that the financial impact summary sheet for members motion MM 40.1 and MM 40.41 from the Chief Financial Officer and Treasurer has been posted with the agenda item RM 40.7, review of the order paper. MM 40.1. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item on favor? Carried. MM 40.2. Notice that this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item on favor? Carried. MM 40.3. Notice that this motion has been given. This motion is subject to reopening of item 2025 NY 28.10 only as it pertains to the number of the registered plan. A 2/3 vote is required to reopen that item. If reopened, the previous council decision remains in force unless council decides otherwise. On favor of reopening? Carried. On the item on favor? Carried. MM 40.4. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to an Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario hearing and has been deemed urgent. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item on favor? Carried. MM 40.5. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Planning and Housing Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item on favor? Carried. MM 40.6. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Planning and Housing Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 40.7. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. Okay, then hold the item down then. MM 40.8. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 40.9. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 40.10. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4011. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4012. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4013. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 40.14. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4015. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, hold. Okay, just one sec. Councillor Holiday is holding down 15. MM 4016. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Pardon? Pardon? Who's asking for a hold? Oh. This is Councillor Meyer's motion, correct? MM 4017. Okay. You hold your own motion. MM 4017. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to Toronto local appeal body hearing has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MN 4018. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MN 4019. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. Pardon? Oh, is this the one that Councillor Cole has a conflict? Oh, okay. Sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, oh, Councillor Holiday wants a recorded vote on the referral.
Councillor Perruzza, how do you vote, please?
Against.
The motion to waive referral carries. The vote is 17-4. The required 2/3 majority has been achieved.
Okay, so the idea, who said hold? Councillor Perks? Okay. Okay, Councillor Cole, you can come back now. MN 4020. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MN 4021. Notice that this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MN 4022. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Recorded? Recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, how do you vote, please?
In favor?
I'm sorry, Councillor, could you repeat that?
In favor.
Thank you. The motion to waive referral carries. The vote is 16-7. The required 2/3 majority has been achieved.
Okay, Councillor Perks just wants to hold it. MM 4023. Notice if this motion has been given, this motion is subject to referral to the Planning and Housing Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4024. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4025. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. Councillor Sachs, you wanted a recorded vote on that, right? Recorded vote to waive referral.
Councillor Perruzza, how do you vote, please?
In favor.
In favor, thank you. The motion to waive referral does not carry. The vote is 7-16. The motion will be referred to committee.
MM 4026. Notice that this motion...
Chair, I mistakenly voted in the previous vote. Can we please reopen it?
No.
Please. I mean, this is the first time I'm doing it. Other councillors have done this. I made a mistake on my vote.
No.
Hello?
Councillor Perks, you're moving to
Please.
reopen? Okay,
Please,
let's
this is
reopen.
the first time I'm doing this.
All in favor? Carried. Okay, let's do it again.
Just stand by, members, while we restage the vote. The voting panel is now open. Councillor Mantis, your vote, please. Councillor Perruzza, how do you vote, please?
In favor.
The revote on the motion to waive referral does not carry. The vote is 6-17.
MM 4026. Notice that this motion has been given. Oh, hold on. Let's wait till we put the motion on the screen. Okay, notice that this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4027. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4028. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the North York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4029. Notice that this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4030. Notice that this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Does anybody understand it? All in favor of waiving referral? Okay, are we waiving referral first? All in favor of waiving referral? And
Yeah.
Councillor Holiday, you want to hold it, right?
Yeah, Speaker, please, I want to hold it. I need to hold it, please.
Okay, Councillor Holiday is holding it.
No, Speaker, I put on my microphone. I need to hold the motion because I need to make some
Councillor
adjustments to it.
Prud's the item's been held. MM 4031.
Speaker, point of order. Speaker.
Councillor Prude, so the item has been held down.
Speaker, point of order. My point of order is this. You as the chair created confusion on the motion by suggesting that you didn't understand it, so other folks didn't understand it. You were out of line in doing that. You occupied space on the microphone to do that. Prohibited me
Councillor Peruzza,
my item, which I would like to amend.
Councillor Peruzza, the item has been held down.
I understand that, but I don't appreciate your commentary. I don't appreciate your intervention on this, and I don't appreciate the confusion you created on it, which is highly unfair.
Okay.
And you occupied my mic space. You prohibited me from holding my own item, and I resent that.
Cut him off. MM 4031. Notice that this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Planning and Housing Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4032. Notice that this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. Got one vote there. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4033. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. All in favor of the item? Carried. MM 4034. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4035. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4036. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. A communication has been submitted on this item. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4037. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4038. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda before council for debate. Pardon? You want to hold it? Okay, Councillor Pasternak is holding 38. But Councillor Pasternak, this is your motion, and you're holding your motion? MM 4039. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4040. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4041. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. Okay. Councillor Perks?
Yes, just on a point of order. On MM 19 and MM 22, I'd like to request that TTC staff be present when we deal with those items. And the chief planner as well. But he's going to be here anyway because he loves it here so much.
Okay, so you're holding it down, so you want the chief planner to speak on it?
TTC, I'm requesting the TTC be present to answer questions.
Okay, we'll contact TTC. Thank you. Mayor Chow. Oh, hold on. All right, Mayor Chow.
Yeah. I am amending the order paper to consider MM. Oh, I need to introduce an urgent motion.
Introduce the motion so we can vote to introduce it.
The motion, it's without notice because it's a provincial land grab at Bathurst Quay is urgent. And also that can you approve that?
Yeah, just one sec. Okay, so you're introducing it. On favor of introducing the member's motion? Carried. Okay,
I'm
Mayor Chow.
also amending the order paper to consider MM 4046, headed opposing the provincial land grab at Bathurst Quay and the island, that we deal with it immediately. We also want to combine the 40.4, which is
legal options to defend City of Toronto's interests at Billy Bishop Airport lands, so that we can consider both items together. Okay. Madam Speaker. Okay.
Well, it is, then we voted on it, so
That's
now
right.
you
Thank
could
you.
just speak on it, yeah.
Today, the provincial government announced legislation to seize city land without our consent and without our input. Not just land at the island, but city land at Bathurst and Queens Quay. That includes Little Norway Park. They're going to pave it into a parking lot. Think about what that means. This park holds a 3,000-pound memorial boulder shipped from Norway, dedicated by a king, honoring the Norwegian airmen who trained here during the Second World War. It has matured trees where migrating birds rest every spring. It has a playground where children climb and splash in the wading pool every summer. Families have gathered there for decades, all of it now gone. Replace it with parking. Let that sink in. Last month, I brought a motion to City Council, and this council overwhelmingly voted to oppose this kind of land grab and demanded a seat at the table. Today's municipal government and the people it represents must have a say in decision about our waterfront. The province heard us, and today they went ahead anyway. That is what a power grab looks like. A province that doesn't like the answer we gave. From an elected council representing 3.2 million people, so it changes the rules and take what it wants. We haven't seen a proposal for airport expansion. We don't know whether the federal government will allow it. And yet the province is already seizing city land before any plan has been seen or have been made public, before any community has been consulted, and Torontonians are being kept in the dark. What we do know is this: they are taking our land, they are paving our park, they are dismissing the democratic voice of this council, and if they can do this at Little Norway Park, they can do it to any park in any neighborhood in this city. And that is not acceptable. Together, let us push back on this legislation. We are still reviewing the details. It was just introduced less than an hour ago, but their intent is clear. Take our land, pave our park, and leave Torontonians with no say in their own city's future. And we will not let that stand.
Yeah. So, members of council, because we didn't give an opportunity, because the mayor spoke, for councillors to ask questions to staff. So if the members of council want to ask staff questions, yeah, or the mayor, please let me know. So are there questions to staff or the mayor? No? Okay. Okay, so let's go to questions to staff. So if you can, Councillor Holiday, questions to staff.
Speaker, I think the city manager will be the lucky one as central to intergovernmental. Could you enlighten council? I understand this is very new, like hours old. Can you tell us what the public service knows? Because we just see a motion in front of us. Could you give us a couple of facts about what this is all about?
So, Speaker, we know very little. This was introduced today, so essentially we're reading off a press release.
Okay.
What is before us, though, and what was unclear in earlier comments about it is there was a comment in the quick facts of that press release that did talk about taking a portion of Little Norway Park. So that was a piece that was not available and was not commented on earlier in the discussions about this. But it follows through on the announcements that we've heard in prior weeks that this is to deal with the tripartite agreement, and I would assume it's going to follow through on their intent to remove us from the tripartite agreement and assert themselves, and then move on a few of the other things we've heard already. But we have not seen any further information, nor have I had any conversation with the Ontario Public Service leadership about this.
Do we have any idea about what the compensation is?
So no, at this stage we wouldn't. You know, this is not unique. It's not the first time the province has entertained, you know, expropriation of municipal land here or in other municipalities. So this is a process we understand, but we don't know what lands at the moment, and we have no idea in terms of what that cost would look like. We'd have to see more specifics on the portions of land they're talking about.
Has the public service been in discussions with the Ontario government about this? And I'll respect that they may be confidential, but did you have any advance knowledge or have some involvement with them on this?
So in terms of advance notice, exactly what and when, no. We have had conversations since this was, you know, announced or talked about, I guess, by the Premier about what, if anything, that could be shared with us from the Ontario Public Service. Of course, their response, quite rightly, was they didn't have a lot of information yet either, so this is coming together, and we expect those conversations to happen in the coming days and weeks. Now that there is officially something on the table in the form of legislation, I think there was also some question at one point whether this would be done through a more regulations process at Cabinet or whether it would come as legislation. We now know what the process is going to be.
Do you have a copy of the legislation?
I don't personally. I don't know whether we've received anything yet.
I'm told it's been ordered for second reading. That just happened moments ago. It has not been posted, though.
So it's not posted publicly yet.
Okay, so if you happen to have anything, it would be draft. Like so nobody has any official copies of the form of legislation right now.
No, it has not been posted on the province's official website yet.
Okay, so could you give council advice on terms of urgency? I mean, look, I understand the mayor's brought this motion forward. It's important stuff, but what time frame do we have? Is this going to be over by next council meeting, or what? What would be the procedure otherwise for the public service to bring us advice with respect to new changes from the province?
So the process would be, we'll see what comes out in writing. You know, I will communicate, as well as other officials will communicate with our counterparts in the Ontario Public Service to find as much as we can. At such time we know the specifics, we would be able to report back to this council around next steps. I would say in terms of the urgency of course is to understand if we, for instance, need to bring things here. We are on a bit of a time clock in terms of the number of cycles of council that exist before we break in the summer and then head to an election. So there is a bit of urgency to understand, should there be anything we should bring here for consideration. And then the second piece is, there just is now this limbo. We are part of the tripartite agreement on the airport, so there's work that happens. If we're not going to be part of that, I prefer to know that and redirect staff to do something that's in the interest of the City of Toronto or not. So there's a lot of things that we could be working on. If this is the way it's going to go, it would be good to know that sooner rather than later.
Did the public service provide support to the mayor in drafting this motion?
I did not. I think there was some conversations with members of the Toronto Public Service and other divisions, but I did not, no.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. What? Okay, well, put your name on the list, Councillor Crisanti. You can't put your name on the list? Okay. Like you just don't get up and say, oh, come on, come on. Okay. Councillor Crisanti.
Some clarity in this confidential information that we got. Maybe I can't speak to it. Can I ask a question on this? Maybe not. Okay. If we expend any resources or time, let's say we're unsuccessful in any court challenge, can I ask that question? or is that confidential?
Sorry, what the question
Okay,
is?
can I first ask, the province has the legal power to?
Yes.
Correct.
Yes.
So if we challenge this, the province, what is the chance of success? Can I speak to that?
Through you, Madam Speaker, it's very difficult to respond to that question without having seen the legislation. And also, there has been talk of regulations under the Special Economic Zone Act. That would be something else we'd want to look at to determine whether the province is acting within its jurisdiction. But you're correct, generally speaking, the province does have powers to take land from the city if it wishes to do so.
So it will follow that if the province has the power, challenging it may be futile.
I hesitate to say that without looking at the legislation and any regulations that are made.
But we've done it before in other circumstances?
We've certainly tried.
Have we ever been successful?
When the province reduced the size of council, we were successful at the lower court level and unsuccessful at the Supreme Court of Canada, but it was a very close decision with a strong dissent.
So at the end of the day, we were unsuccessful?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Bradford.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Through you to City Legal. I'm just looking at the member's motion here, Part 6. It says, City Council requests the Province of Ontario to provide the option for all residents within 500 meters, half a kilometer, of the expropriation area to move at the province's expense. And forgive me, Madam Speaker, I'm just seeing this mere seconds ago because it was walked onto the floor here. But I guess the question of City Legal, is there precedent for that? Half a kilometer, purchasing all of the properties within half a kilometer of an expropriation area? And do we have the authority to?
So I'm not familiar with a
Never heard of
precedent
that.
like that.
Yeah.
However, it is a request of the provincial government, and they do have powers to do that sort of thing should they wish.
So when we expropriate land as the city, because we do that from time to time, are we
Yes, we do.
typically purchasing all of the residential properties within 500 meters of an area where we're expropriating?
No,
Okay, have you ever seen anything like that anywhere ever?
I have not.
Okay, so that's pretty one unique request.
I will add, though, that I'm not an expropriations lawyer, but
Sure.
no, I have not seen anything like that.
Yeah, again, we just saw this a couple minutes ago, but that one stuck out to me as a little bit strange to make that request. Never seen anything like it. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to follow up on Councillor Bradford's questions. Is this being done under the provisions of the Expropriation Act, or we don't know yet?
We don't know. The word expropriation is being used. However, it's quite possible that the Expropriation Act would not be used. I would expect it wouldn't, frankly.
Now, the wording in the motion is we're unsatisfied with the compensation. Doesn't the Expropriation Act guarantees fair market value when your land's being taken?
It does, and there's a process for determining fair compensation under that legislation. Right now, because we only have the press release, all I can tell you is that the province indicated in that press release that it intended to provide fair compensation. However, the process for determining it and the legislation that might apply, if any, other than this legislation we've heard about today, is unclear at this point in time.
Are these negotiated settlements, or are these sort of imposed, take it or leave it?
It's difficult to say without seeing the legislation itself, but it could be either one.
Just very quickly, we have a unit, an intergovernmental unit that monitors these kinds of things, I assume, Mr. City Manager.
Yes, so we have a team that both at the staff level that work with the province on a regular basis. Yeah.
So we've known for a couple of weeks they were moving in this direction. The team wasn't given any kind of advance briefing on what was coming, or?
And I would say that's not uncommon. I mean, while we have lots of conversation back and forth, we are rarely provided, with these types of things, we're rarely provided that kind of notice that this is coming in the detail of it. So while we have lots of conversations back and forth, the conversation has been trying to understand where this might head and the timing, but even that, the timing I don't think was confirmed with us in our conversations either, just that it was imminent.
So we find out when the general public finds out?
In certain cases, we do, and that may be because, you know, they don't want to let us know certain things. And then in other cases, we are provided some advance notice on certain parts of legislation. So it isn't a set pattern, but I would say that it's not a guarantee that we are going to get upfront notice of what's coming in legislation or in regulation. Oftentimes we do on smaller matters, but on a matter like this, they chose not to.
Right. One last question for the city solicitor. Is there a case where a municipality has actually defeated or won an expropriation battle where against the province? Is there any known case law in that area?
Again, I'm not sure this will be under the Expropriation Act. It is quite likely to be a taking through the statute itself, through this new statute. I'm not familiar with the case, but I haven't done any research on this, obviously, with this just coming up today.
Okay. All right,
I'm doing
thank
my
you.
best with the information I have.
Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, just checking. Have you ever seen anything like this before, where we've expropriated perhaps a green space in the city? The province has done so? I think I'm asking the city solicitor. What other cases have we had?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Sorry, hold my time, please. Any other cases you can tell us about where the province has expropriated green space or a park from the City of Toronto?
Well, I can tell you that the Building Transit Fast Track did give the province extraordinary powers to take legislation, but
this isn't the Building Transit Faster Act.
No, it's not.
So this is just a straight up, whatever it's called, act.
Yes.
Thank you. It's not the Building Transit
not.
Faster Act.
No.
So we shouldn't confuse them. This
No.
is saying I'm taking this for a different use, a park.
That's
right?
correct, yes.
Thank you. And so we haven't seen anything like that before. Do you remember when Metrolink simply announced to everybody they were taking 25 houses? They weren't on top of the Ontario line, but they decided they were taking their houses and they had to buy 25 houses on PAPE. I guess I'd ask whoever would remember that here. Anybody here from Transit Expansion? Hold my time.
So, you know, Speaker, yes, that was an action that took place. Yep.
They simply announced it and did it and said, we're taking those houses and we will compensate you. So the fact that we might say, we want you to compensate you, anybody who lives in the neighborhood, is not unreasonable, because that's what they've done previously for their projects, when it might be impacted, when the neighbors might be impacted.
Yes, Speaker, we have through council been requested on a number of occasions to request that the province either do something slightly different or do something more than they were planning to do on their own, yes.
So asking them to pay for people to move, they did that with the Ontario line, and if they're going to do this, which is highly irregular to start with, then we should have an understanding that they should be paying for people to move out of the way for the jets.
Requesting is always something we can do.
Thank you. And just of this area, and I'm not sure we know exactly, could you land a provincial jet on this new road that will be created by this expropriation?
That is definitely outside my wheelhouse
Is
of
it?
knowledge.
All right, thank you.
Landing or flying?
Councillor Matlow.
So the province has already announced that they want to spend lots of tax dollars expropriating lands, potentially paving over a park. And have they mentioned anything about what they're going to do with the waterfront school?
So, Speaker, there was nothing in the announcement about that. Again, I don't know more than what's publicly available, so no, there was nothing in the announcement about that.
Do we know if they've submitted any formal proposal to Waterfront to review?
I'm looking to see if anybody, Annalee, have we heard anything on that front?
No, we have not received anything.
Do we have any clarity about exactly how large or any impact assessment on a blast wall that would have to be built if they move forward with the expansion?
No, not to date.
Do we have we completed any reviews, or have they provided any information about the impact on height and density of proposed new housing in the Portlands? Do we have numbers on that?
Through the speaker, we'll be reporting back on that when we have more information from the province and through our report to Planning and Housing Committee in June.
Have they said exactly how large the runway expansion will be?
Through the speaker, we don't have that information, no.
So they've announced all this. They're saying they want to expropriate lands, potentially displace an elementary school, pave over a park to be a parking lot, move a community center. They've announced all of this, and they haven't provided one detail, one basic group of facts to justify their argument that this expansion is necessary?
So, Speaker, I don't know that they would ever provide us a justification, but they've not provided any details of any of the things you've just talked about. So we don't know exactly what's happening, which is why we're a little bit unable to provide clarity for council today. Again, we're just going to have to look and see what does come in the coming days and ask the questions so that we can understand what to provide you as good advice.
Do we know the impact on our waterfront's environment if green space is paved over at Little Norway Park?
So no, we have not. They have not provided, nor have we undertaken any of those investigations to date.
So let me just get this right. Doug Ford and his minister have announced that they intend to expropriate city lands, remove us from a tripartite agreement, potentially displace a community center, a children's public school, pave over a park to accommodate an airport expansion that they've given no evidence that will actually support economic development. Have they provided any traffic studies? Doug Ford says he doesn't like congestion. What about Lakeshore Boulevard? Has he done anything to demonstrate that this won't create even more congestion and havoc on our roads?
No, and those are obviously questions that we would have given our planning, not only for traffic, but also for transit.
And again, Doug Ford says that he wants more housing, but he hasn't done any homework that we're aware of on the impacts of the Portlands. What about, he often says that he wants to treat municipalities as partners. Has he treated Toronto as a partner on this?
So on this particular topic, it has been very little information about exactly what it is, and so we've been just having to wait, and we continue to have to wait and to understand it. So on this particular issue, it's been, it is, as you can tell, very difficult for us to provide you any guidance because we have nothing to provide.
And then, lastly, the Premier ran his first election with the slogan "For the People." Would you provide us details that they've shared with us about the genuine consultation process that they've created to ensure that the voices of Toronto residents, maybe neighboring residents, and certainly those who live along the waterfront who will be most impacted, what is the consultation process to make sure that that citizens' voices are part of this conversation?
That was your last question.
And certainly that will be a question we will ask, and we don't have it at the moment, but that is one of the questions we'll be asking for sure.
Thank you. Councillor Myers.
Thank you. Just to switch gears a bit, could the city solicitor just explain very quickly what a charter city is?
So a charter city can mean many things. There are municipalities that have their own legislation that is referred to as a charter. It's even called a charter. That is the name of the legislation. And that legislation in many cases looks very much like our own City of Toronto Act. But often when people refer to a charter city, what they mean is a municipality that has constitutional status alongside federal and provincial governments in the Canadian Constitution, of which there are none at this point in time.
There are none, but there are precedents around the world that we can look at, correct?
That's correct.
And the City of Toronto currently has a program advisory body comprised of citizens examining this very question, correct?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
Is one of the issues that would be dealt with under a charter the province's ability to take the city's land without its permission or remove the city from legal agreements without its permission?
Look, I will say I've looked at home rule models in the U.S. and charter cities in other parts of the world, and I will say that there are jurisdictional disputes of a similar nature in all of those instances. But yes, it is conceivable that if Toronto were made a charter city, particularly if it were made a constitutionally recognized level of government alongside the provincial government, that yes, the provincial government would have very limited authority over the City of Toronto.
And just to be clear, there are disputes between various levels of government when there is this charter, home rule provision, whatever you want to call it. However, the city generally has a stronger legal footing to stand on when it's in these disputes because they are not, quote unquote, creatures of the province or creatures of the state.
A stronger legal position than the City of Toronto currently has at this moment? Yes.
Yes. So is it conceivable under some of the various models that you've looked at under home rule, charter city, whatever we want to call it, that an action like this by the province would be much more difficult, if not outright not allowed, if the City of Toronto had its own charter?
So one thing to keep in mind is that for the City of Toronto to have the constitutional recognition contemplated here, the provincial government must consent.
Right.
That is built in, that's baked into the Canadian Constitution.
But we're currently doing that work right now. In the event that a future provincial government decides that Toronto is ready to chart its own course, that we're ready to go to that conversation prepared.
Well, anything's possible.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Cole, you got new questions?
Yes. Anyways, just this city solicitor, with my experience at the province, it's been, to my best recollection, that the province doesn't have to expropriate land from the city. It can do it by passing legislation. Is that not correct?
Keeping in mind that the Expropriation Act is provincial legislation, yes, the provincial government could choose to take land another way. Yes.
Yeah, so they could just...
through other legislation.
Yeah,
yes.
Through legislation, and they could basically in the legislation indicate whether there's going to be any compensation, the terms of the takeover of this land. And that's basically not subject to appeal, because once the legislation is passed, what's the recourse?
We could, yes, that could be, right? That's an option, such as Ontario Place.
Yeah. I'm just wondering, I had asked the clerk staff if they could find a photo of this little Norway Park. So I guess if we had a cursor here, if someone could point out, oh yeah, great, that's really helpful. Who's going to do it? Where is the land in question here?
Look here.
Okay, yeah, but okay. So I'm just trying to find so the public can know. Oh yeah, I see it. Little North. So it's not a very little park. It's quite a sizable park. So it's right across from the airport, right? And where do the planes land? Or where do the planes land and take off from? To the south, right? Yeah. So.
This is amazing. I'm like being inside my clothes.
Okay, so therefore, is there anybody from the Parks Department here? Or yes. What is the value of this park remaining a park? Why do we lose anything if it's paved over for whatever, jet ports or teleporting or something? I don't know. What's the value of this?
Land valuation for parks through the speaker is different than for commercial land. However, we have research to suggest that land associated with airports is roughly equivalent to central business district land values.
So it's about as high a land value as you can get.
Through the speaker, without undertaking a full appraisal, we wouldn't have the precise information on that.
But generally speaking, central business district land values are the highest in the city, are they not?
Yes, that's correct.
So this would be equivalent to that. So it's not just an inexpensive piece of property. And how long has this been a park? Anybody know? Was it always Norway Park? Yeah, I think Ireland Park was created like 2008. But then there's Little Ireland Park, right, where we commemorate the Irish immigrants that came here and died. 35,000 died of typhus and dysentery and that. Where is Ireland Park in relation to Little Norway Park?
Through the speaker, Ireland Park is on the east side of the Canada malting silos, also shown on the screen.
Oh, so it's on the other side there. Where again is Ireland Park?
Yes, there you can see it there on the screen.
Okay, like.
Okay. Anyways, I just thought that's very helpful. Just
okay.
We can see it on the map. Sorry, I just wanted to thank staff for getting that map together. I think people want to see where it is.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, it looks like we have more questions. Deputy Mayor Malik.
Thank you very much. My first questions are about expropriation. So can you confirm that we have 3 levels of government in Canada? Is that correct? Sorry, we can, if it takes a while for us to get the answer.
So I would say in general, there are 3, a municipal, a provincial, and a federal level are the basics of that, yes.
Yes, and the city can't expropriate provincial land.
Expropriate provincial land. Generally, the answer would be no to that.
Okay, so this Building Billy Bishop Act, that is, the mechanism that the province has shared with us today for the forcible expropriation, unilateral land grab, however we want to characterize this unacceptable way forward to this council. And the questions here have been about what our channels are for recourse. So perhaps the city is limited in its options for recourse. That's something that we've asked our city solicitor and their team to look at. But what is the role of the federal government when it comes to provincially owned land?
Generally speaking, federal and provincial powers are separate in the Constitution. I will say, though, that the press release indicates that the province intends to step into the city's shoes in the tripartite agreement. The other 2 parties to that agreement are the federal government and the Port Authority. So the federal government does have a role here.
I appreciate for that clarification, but what role and power does the federal government have over provincial land? So are they able to expropriate provincial land?
I would expect...
I hear from some of the chatter that is a power that they may have.
I would expect that for proper purposes that might be possible, but I have not looked into that previously, and I do want to emphasize, though, that the federal government does have a role here. And with expropriations, if it's properly expropriation under expropriation legislation, it must be a taking for a proper purpose.
Okay, so we want to go back to the original question, there are 3 levels of government in Canada, and there is also a hierarchy of those levels of government. Is that correct?
So yes and no, but the Constitution does divide powers between the federal and provincial government, and the federal government is not to exercise, neither one is to exercise their powers in a manner that encroaches on what we call spheres of jurisdiction that are assigned to the other. So there is a separation of powers in our Constitution.
And in the interests of, environmental sustainability and protection, in terms of the public interest, in terms of, the powers of, city building and country building, that those are all, that's quite broad when it comes to the powers of the federal government, right?
Yes,
in
and
terms
I would
of their
say there's definitely a federal interest in this matter, given that we have aeronautics, we have a port, and the federal government is a party to the tripartite agreement.
And as we know, and as I know very firsthand, as many of our colleagues do as well, when it comes to the harbor and the water, that there are a number of federal acts that govern that.
Yes.
And what happens on the land and its impact on that is important to the federal government.
Yes.
And so can you name some of those acts? The Marine Act, the
Not
Fisheries
off the top
Act?
of my head, but I can tell you that the harbor is, in some respects, federal jurisdiction. Aeronautics is federal jurisdiction.
And as you confirmed,
and the federal government is a party to the tripartite agreement, which is a series of various leases between the three parties.
Okay, and so the federal government is two parts of the tripartite agreement that governs the
Port
airport.
Authority and the federal government itself.
And they
represented
have
by the Minister of Transport, I believe.
And they have power over what happens on our waterfront and the harbor through federal legislation.
There are some powers, yes, but I have not looked into this in any depth.
And in the interests of those two very important responsibilities that the federal government has, they may have a very important role and interest in what happens around it as well.
That is correct, yes.
Okay. All right.
There are definitely aspects of federal jurisdiction, and again, they're party to that agreement.
And have city staff had an engagement with Transport Canada on this matter?
That was your last question.
No, we haven't had any engagement on this.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Perks.
Thank you. I'm going to be taking a little bit, excuse me, different tack. I have some questions for the Executive Director, Environment and Climate Division. So Canada is a signatory to something called the Paris Agreement. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And the Paris Agreement is based on trying to limit CO2 emissions such that our temperature doesn't go more than 2 degrees above the 1990 baseline.
That's right, with a target of 1.5.
And to achieve that, we've relied, well, the world has relied on a lot of modeling by organizations like the IPCC.
That's correct.
What does the IPCC say about the role of air travel in achieving those goals?
So the IPCC, I believe, globally says that it's between 2 and 4%, depending if it's direct or indirect. So there's all the infrastructure around that, and that those emissions actually have a significantly negative impact because they are actually released at high altitude as opposed to low to the ground. So they contribute significantly more, even though they may be lower amounts.
And the modeling to get to those Paris targets suggests what about air travel?
That it needs to be reduced or significantly greened.
Either reduced or significantly greened. The City of Toronto also has a climate goal of net zero.
That is correct.
Will adding a jet airport in the City of Toronto help us to achieve that goal or hinder us in achieving that goal?
Under the assumption, which I think is a valid one, that adding jets will increase the amount of emissions, it would hinder us.
Okay. Similarly, your division, and I'm not sure if it's you or Parks, has a lot of responsibility for things like our international agreements on areas of concern in the Great Lakes region. Could you talk a little bit about that and whether this will have an impact in our international obligations there?
I haven't looked at that, so I can't speak specifically, but I think it would be something we'd need to look at in terms of the impacts on
things we've agreed to as part of our commitments under the Canada-Ontario Agreement and also as part of the Great Lakes Water Quality Agreement.
And the Canada-Ontario Agreement commits the province of Ontario to having Toronto Harbour be swimmable, drinkable, and fishable. Would adding an island airport there make it easier or harder for us to achieve that goal?
I don't think I could speak to that yet, but something we'd need to look at.
It's the kind of thing we should really have information on before a decision like this is taken.
I think it would be helpful information to inform any decision, yes.
Additionally, the City of Toronto has a number of goals around water quality ourselves, and this may be for parks, in order to make sure that our beaches are swimmable. Will adding additional concrete for parking lots and jets and the various chemicals used on the airport make it easier or harder for us to keep our beaches open?
Through the chair, as has been expressed today, we don't have all the information, but the assumption is fair.
The assumption is fair, but again, we just don't have the information.
That's correct.
So to the city manager, just off the top of my head in 5 minutes, I thought about 3 different international agreements that the province of Ontario and the federal government are responsible for, and a number of city environmental goals. Our staff have said that while they don't have complete information at this point, it's likely there would be an impact, and this is the kind of information we should have. Is that a fair summary of where we are on the ecological impacts of a new island airport expanded for jets?
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now, the solicitor has an answer to Deputy Mayor Malik's question about the jurisdiction of federal to provincial.
So, Madam Speaker, I can confirm that the federal government can expropriate land from a provincial government for a public work or other proper public purpose. And the piece of legislation that I couldn't remember the proper name of is the Canada Marine Act and also the Aeronautics Act. So I had mentioned that the federal government had jurisdiction over the harbour and aeronautics. Those are the statutes.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Malik to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Torontonians deserve to have a say over our city and our waterfront. And last month, Council adopted this position and made it absolutely clear that we reinforce that Torontonians deserve to have a say over their city and over their waterfront, and their voice and the voice of their democratically elected council has to be respected and abided by. We together opposed the unilateral expropriation of city land by any other level of government, whether it's the provincial government or the federal government, that unilateral approach is not acceptable to us. And right now, before the provincial legislature and this government takes yet another break, they have moved to do that anyway. And that is and should be an enormous concern for every Torontonian, for every Ontarian, and for every Canadian. We have to ensure that we are standing with every Torontonian, every Ontarian, and every Canadian against this unilateral move, and to affirm that we deserve to have a say in decisions made about our communities. And as a council, and as mayor and deputy mayor, and as a local councillor for Bathurst Key, we are moving quickly to work with city staff to defend our communities, and in doing that, defend every single neighborhood in our city from one end to the other. We still have no official plans from the provincial government. We have legislation that I know staff is working hard to rake through and understand. We still do not have a position from the federal government whose approval is required for our airport plans, and that still has not said anything that affirms they are standing with our communities. And I do appreciate Deputy Mayor Cole putting up the map for Little Norway and the Bathurst Key community. And that might be a neighborhood that some of you have visited or experienced, but I know many of you probably have not. And I want to tell you about it. It is an incredible community, and I am so proud to represent it and to have represented it previously as a school board trustee as well. It is a community of deeply engaged residents. It has mixed income housing, including TCHC, cooperatives, and condos. It has incredible community spaces that we as Torontonians and community members have worked hard to make even better. There's the Waterfront Neighborhood Center that's co-located with 2 schools and a childcare. And it is right in the heart of a revitalized Bathurst Key neighborhood that so many of you were a part of advancing. And that has meant opening up the Bathurst Key Common, revitalizing those malting silos with partnerships with OCAD and other arts and culture organizations. We have an incredible partnership in that neighborhood with the Canada-Ireland Foundation that started with Ireland Park and is now with the Corlick Building, a hub for arts, culture, and activity in our community that is opening shortly. And at its centerpiece is Little Norway Park, which is used by community members and recreational sports groups. It is a relief and it is a gathering place that we desperately need in our downtown, and that is demonstrated over and over for its requirement, for how precious it is, and for its value. And now the province wants to take Little Norway Park, add untold amounts of traffic and congestion, and to do it all without taking our community and our voices into consideration, and that is unacceptable. This Bathurst Key neighborhood and Little Norway at the heart of it is an example of the types of communities we are working to build and defend in our city, complete communities that we can be proud of. And it is essential in our work together in waterfront revitalization. It's exactly the type of thing that we want to do in every part of our beautiful city. And the province taking over that land, paving over a park, putting up a parking lot where we have defended parks, and they won't let us have our say or tell us what's happening is not acceptable. In our last meeting, I did warn that if the provincial government that takes this land here and acts in this way, who knows who will be next and in whose interest. They can do this anywhere if we stand by and allow them to do that here. And all of us here today, we think every single day about what is best for our communities and the work that we have done as a city to make those communities better. And we have to make sure that we are working quickly as a council. So I am inviting you all to stand with our Bathurst Key community to make sure that we are looking at every lever and option we have as a council now that this legislation has been introduced, and that we demand fairness for Toronto, for our citizens, for our residents, for users of this neighborhood, and we invite our federal government to stand firm with us as well. And I hope that you all will join me and the mayor in supporting this motion.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. Next speaker, Councillor Matt Lowe.
Madam Speaker, Deputy Speaker, I have a motion to do an impact assessment on the potential expropriation of Little Norway Park, which will be on the screen in a moment. Doug Ford is so inconsistent with everything he says. Doug Ford has said that it's important to stand up against bullies, talking about Donald Trump, but then continuously acts like a bully when it comes to the city of Toronto and its residents. Doug Ford has said that he wants to have new housing to bring down the cost of housing for the people of Ontario. Yet he wants to expand an airport that will result in less housing and fewer affordable units in the Portlands. Doug Ford has said that he's against congestion and traffic. Yet what is he about to do to Lakeshore? Then expropriating Little Norway to turn into a big parking lot and creating more traffic chaos in the downtown core. The one thing that Doug Ford has been consistent about is his love for jets. Very consistent, in fact. He wants a jet on the island airport.
He wants a jet.
He wants a jet in his driveway. He wants a jet at his condo in Florida. He wants a jet at his Muskoka cottage. But you know what? This shouldn't be about Doug Ford. It should be about for the people who he said he was going to represent when he was elected 8 years ago. It should be about true economic development, the construction we could have at the Portlands, the great new neighborhood that we want there. It should be about actually supporting what people really want out of the waterfront. Beautiful parks, beautiful places to go. You know, a respite from the big, busy city that we're in. And yes, whether you are a supporter or you do not like the island airport, most people would agree that the thing they like about the airport today is that it is a small, regional, and accessible airport that's easier to deal with than Pearson. They don't want another Pearson on the lake. That's the whole point. That's why they want Billy Bishop. So what are they going to do now? They're announcing that they want to do this airport expansion, yet they have not presented the federal government or us or Waterfront one iota of proof, evidence, facts, any demonstration that this big project actually makes sense. What will be the impact on housing development? What about the giant blast wall that they're going to build in our lake? What about the massive runway expansion covering our water? What impact will it have on his suggested new convention center? Will anyone want to sit in the new Spa at Ontario Place with giant jets going overhead? Has he thought about any of this? Of course not. Just like he announced his tunnel under the 401, just like he decided to be corrupt on the Greenbelt, just like he decided to do lots of things, he makes these big announcements without thinking them through. That's not leadership. That's not leadership. So when he says he's for the people, which people is he for? Has he consulted with the waterfront community? No. Has he consulted with the people of Toronto? No. Has he consulted with the people of Ontario? No. So who's he talking to? Who's in his ear? Who's lobbying him? What's going on? What we do know is that Doug Ford's government currently is under active investigation for corruption by the RCMP. That's one thing we do know. We don't know why he's doing this, though. So I would make a case together and to the federal government, our partners, that anything that happens, whether the airport be expanded or not, should be done with the people of Toronto rather than around them or without them. I believe that we need big build projects like Prime Minister Carney has promised us. And that's why we should move forward with the Scarborough East LRT and other great projects that we can all cut ribbons together and be proud of. In other words, together, the federal government, the Port Authority, Waterfront, Toronto, and yes, the province, let's work together on actually building big and doing great things together, rather than treating Toronto like simply this afterthought that Doug Ford can use and abuse whenever he chooses to. Madam Speaker, I believe that we need to take a stand, be strong, and push back on the bully at Queen's Park.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Councillor. Going to you, any questions? No? Going to you, Councillor Holiday. You have 5 minutes.
So this is a serious issue. There's no doubt about that. But the way that the mayor has handled it with this motion, and for us to be standing here debating an item where we haven't even seen the draft legislation, and yet there's a 14-point position of council, is really hard to take serious. I mean, look at number 6 talks about asking the province to move people within 500 meters of the site. They use the words land grab. It actually begins to lose credibility as you read it. That's not how you lead through these type of situations. You know, I listen to different people speak. I understand Councillor Malik standing here saying she's supporting the Bathurst Key community. That's her constituents. This is a development file, essentially, and they don't want to see development or intensification. I get it, and I get that she takes that position. But what surprises me is the rest of council. They're more interested in fighting the government and acting as the opposition to the government than actually being objective about what this is about. This is about the amenity of an airport and the expansion and economic opportunity that it brings. What's even more incredible is the double standard. So the aircraft that would fly, this is where sort of NIMBY comes in, that they don't want the airport in their backyard, their front yard, their lakeside yard, whatever it is, but they're happy to see everything fly in and out of Pearson Airport. Over Councillor Crisanti's ward, over the ward that I live in, over Deputy Mayor Morley's ward, in fact, over a number of wards in Toronto. More aircraft there and more jets there is okay, but it's not okay here. Why would we take that position as a council? Why on earth would we pick one over the other? You know, the only person that has some credibility in the argument is Councillor Perks. Based on his questions, he was going along the lines of well, the position should be no air travel. I'm not sure I agree with that, but at least he's consistent. I guess he wouldn't want to see it anywhere. That's fine. I don't think that that's in the best interest of the city. My job here is to represent the constituents of Etobicoke Centre. The calculus is pretty easy on this. And an increase in amenity and availability and jobs that come out of increases to the Toronto Centre Airport are positive. There are opportunities for the community that I represent, even if it's a little further away than, say, Pearson Airport. It also means that potentially that's less noise and less flyover of the constituents of Etobicoke Centre. Why on earth wouldn't I take a position to support them? No, instead we have the mayor releasing an item here that we didn't even have time to read before she was speaking on it, with a 14-point plan that I'm not going to support. And we really don't even know what the legislation says. We don't even know what the problem is we're trying to solve, other than to start a political fight, which is pretty much par for the course. But if you listen to anything, there is one simple glaring takeaway, and that is the lack of vision of this city and how it sees the amenity of a city center airport and the importance of air travel in and out of the city to support the city in what it does economically and how it grows. That's just small town thinking, right? The city's position, basically, without the courage to say it, is that they don't want any growth there. They don't want any change. And just say it if that's what it is. Investors in Toronto, people that might travel here as tourists, and the way that people judge us on the world stage will then sort of know where we stand. But instead, they do this sideways. They decide to fight with the government, and they complain about legislation and the way that they do it. Why do you think the provincial government is stepping in the first place? Because they see the economic opportunity and the importance, and because the city can't get over its own NIMBY attitude on this airport, that they step in and they have to do what they think is right for the province and for the city and for all the opportunities that this produces. And here we are having a fight over something we don't even have the basic information on. But I have enough information to tell you that what's in the interest of the constituents of Etobicoke is to ignore this rubbish that's going on here, to continue to pay attention to the evolving legislation, but to understand what opportunities get presented.
Hold on.
Thank you.
Yes, Deputy Mayor?
I don't agree with Councillor Holliday's mischaracterization of my remarks and my opposition to this. It was not about intensification or the changes to the island airport. This was about the consistency of this motion with the position that Council had taken about Torontonians having a voice in opposition to unilateral expropriation of city land, which this Council has approved and is Councillor Holliday's position as well, whether he likes it or not.
I thought I complimented Councillor Malik for defending
No, you said that I was opposed to intensification in my neighborhood, which is absolutely incorrect.
Thank you, Deputy
So can I please
hear Okay.
Okay, I'll correct that you are in favor of intensification in the neighborhood. Sorry if I confused that.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
That's what you just said.
All right, Councillor Holladay, your time is up. Thank you. I did put your time on hold. Councillor Perks.
I have a motion. Speaker, I move that City Council request the City Manager to develop a waterfront coloring book and provide a copy of the coloring book to the Premier of Ontario. Speaker, when Doug Ford was on this council, he wanted to put a Ferris wheel on the water.
Okay, Councillor Perks, just hold on for a minute. I put your time on hold. Oh, wait, I didn't hear what you said to me. Okay, continue, Councillor Perks.
Yeah. So when he was on council, Premier Doug Ford wanted a Ferris wheel on the waterfront and a monorail and a mega mall. Then he became premier and he said, oh no, I know what we need on the waterfront. We need a spa. Oh, actually, no, before that he wanted a casino. Then the spa, then the parking lot that goes with the spa. Then a little while ago, we heard about how he really wanted a convention center to fill in between the Humber River and Ontario Place in the lake. Now he wants an airport. Every 3 or 4 years from now.
Okay, hold on. We have a point of order. Councillor Pasternak.
I really wish you would discourage these nonsensical motions, particularly coming from Councillor Perks. And I really wish the clerks would stop enabling this behavior. The second thing is, he's not talking to the item in front of us. He's going on a smear campaign that has absolutely nothing to do with what's before us. Okay. Could you please rule on both, please?
Yeah. Councillor Pasternak, I'm going to be ruling his motion out of order. Okay. So, Councillor Perks, you can continue, but your motion is out of order. I'm going to be ruling it out of order. And just please talk about what we have before us.
Thank you, Speaker. I acknowledge your ruling. I guess I'll just have to make my own coloring book and mail it myself. The fact is that the Premier of Ontario has some weird fixation of treating Toronto's waterfront, our single most precious resource, as just a playground for his own imagination. And he gets these little fixations and then he moves along to the next one and the next one and the next one. And each and every one of them would be completely destructive of the work that we have been trying to do as a council to build a wonderful relationship to one of the largest freshwater lakes next to a city anywhere in the world. We have a fantastically precious gift, and at the same time, we have a premier who cannot resist the urge to scribble all over it. So I will send him the coloring book, and he can amuse himself that way. But more importantly than that, if you look behind me, there's this very thin blue rope. And just over that rope are a lot of people from Toronto who are here to watch in an open and public way how we make our decisions. They see the reports that our staff write, they hear the questions we ask our staff, they hear the answers to them, they hear us debate, they watch us vote. All of that has been sidelined by a provincial government that I just don't know how they come to these decisions. Seriously, like, does the premier just sort of wake up and send an email to somebody? We have no idea why this legislation is coming forward, nor will we ever. This government, the government of the City of Toronto, for its size and scope, is the most transparent government anywhere in Canada. Can you hold my time, please?
You're offended by a teacher again? This is the second time you kicked me out of City Hall. Francis, what is wrong with that for?
Okay. Before we continue, I also want to ask Councillor Pasternak if you would apologize to the clerk's staff on your comment that you made that the staff is enabling the motion that Councillor Perks, and that's not true. As you know, every member of council presents their motion, and it's up to the speaker to rule the motion out of order. So I'd ask that you apologize to the clerk staff. Yeah.
I gladly apologize and withdraw my remarks.
Yes, of course. Okay, Councillor Fletcher. So I'm asking, okay, just one moment, not what, everybody at the same time. Councillor Pasternak, as I said, I want you to apologize to the clerk staff on your comment that the clerk staff is enabling Councillor Perks in the motion that he moved, because they're not. Every member of council has the right to ask for a motion for the staff to draft up for them. And if the motion is out of order, it's up to the speaker to roll that motion out of order. So please apologize to the clerk staff.
Madam Speaker, I will apologize for the second time. I withdraw my comments and I unequivocally apologize.
Thank you. Councillor Perks, you can continue.
All of us spend 2, 3, 4 nights a week out doing public meetings on important issues in our communities. We go and talk about a development application, a park, whatever it is. There is, for our size and scope, there is no more transparent, open, accessible, permeable government in the country. And for reasons that are unfathomable to me, Premier Ford can't stand that. He cuts the size of council in half. He creates strong mayor powers. He passes, I think it's now 7 different pieces of legislation removing the ability of this council and members of the public to weigh in on development applications. He continues to get in the way, frustrate, and thwart open, accountable, and accessible government. The fight we are having here is, yes, about jets for me. I have strong views, and you heard from my questions, there are real ecological impacts. But more importantly, this is a fight about whether you believe in open and accountable government, whether you believe that the electors in the City of Toronto and the province of Ontario have rights.
Thank you. Your time is up. All right, so I'm going to, at this, I guess I need a vote. I'm ruling Councillor Perks' motion up. No. I'm ruling the motion out of order. On favor? Carried. Thank you. Councillor Cole to speak.
I have a motion, if you could put it up, please. Does the City Council call upon all Toronto MPs to go on record in opposition to the provincial government's expropriation of Little Norway Park and undertake to do everything within their federal powers to stop this expropriation? I think the only way you're going to slow this steamroller down is by getting our MPs, who are, I think all of them are part of the federal government, to take a stand here. They've been basically playing a very hide-and-seek type of game so far, and you're not going to stop the Ford government by yourself at City Hall. And I think the only strategy is to get us as a council and the citizens of Toronto, if they really care about protecting Little Norway Park and their island parks and island airport, etc., they're going to have to get their MPs to take a stand. Right now, they have not. So that is really where we can have an effect, because you cannot stop the majority government up the street. I mean, they just passed retroactive legislation going back to 1988 that you can't access any of their records through Freedom of Information. That was just passed last night. Back retroactive to 1988. You can't get any information about their phone conversations, etc. And they passed legislation very quickly because they don't have public forums like this. There's no hearings. They just pass legislation and steamroll things through. So that's why I really commend the mayor and the deputy mayor Malik for acting quickly on this matter. And I think it's really unfair to categorize Deputy Mayor Malik's stand she's taking for her residents as something that is less than, I think courageous. She is taking a stand for her people, and we shouldn't say, well, back in North York or Etobicoke, we have other issues with airplanes. This is about one of our colleagues speaking up for her residents and what they're going to endure as a result of this change. We should be supporting her as she takes this stand on behalf of the people who live in that part of Toronto. They are under siege right now because you can imagine they don't know what the future is going to be. And it's not about whether you're for island expansion or economic improvement. It's about, do you believe that the people who live in her ward, the people who live down by the lake, the end of Bathurst Street, have any kind of democratic right to stand up and be heard on an important issue that's going to affect them for the next 50 to 100 years? That's what Deputy Mayor Malik is standing for. And so we should not be looking at our own pet peeves about issues that might affect us in our ward. We have to stand with her and standing up for her people. And if we put up some photos of Little Norway Park, I think people have got to realize what we're talking about. We're talking about really a historic site. This is where the brave Norwegian navigators, pilots came and trained during World War II to protect the Western democracies from the Nazi invasion of Europe. They came here. This is where they came. The brave Norwegians came here to train, and we trained them here. Then they went back, and the King of Norway, Olaf, sent us a giant boulder from Norway thanking Torontonians and Canadians for helping them to protect. So this is what they want to pave over. So it is a precious little bit of green space in an area that's, obviously surrounded by condo towers of every description. So if they lose this in Deputy Mayor Malik, they're losing the heart of their community. So it's more than about jets and spas. It's about the very green heart of a very fragile part of the city.
5 seconds.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Oh, there was a question. I delete. Who had the question form? I deleted the name. Councillor Holiday, you had a question to Councillor Cole?
I did. So if we're going to ask the federal members to oppose the expropriation of the park, do we have an explanation as to why? Do we know what the park is being used for?
What we're saying is basically keep it a park. The people of the community, I'm sure, want to keep it as a park. And let's not get into the airport and all this other stuff.
No, but
the people of the community should have a say in keeping their little park. That's all I'm saying, that the MPs should say that they support keeping it as a park for the people who live down there.
Okay, so but you acknowledge we don't know the reason why they want to take it, but you're comfortable still taking this position?
Yes, I want this park protected on behalf of the people who live in the Bathurst Key area.
Do you think they'll take us seriously if we are superficial in how we approach it?
Well, we're not a park is not superficial. To the people of Toronto, parks are not superficial. Maybe in your area they're superficial. In my area of Toronto, parks are precious.
I fought for a park in Etobicoke Centre, and
sure, you fought, but this park is special.
Okay. Don't argue. Let him ask you the question.
It is.
Okay, well, it's an extra special park. I got my answer.
It is.
Got my answer.
A very special park.
Councillor Cole, you remember Fairbank Park, right? Okay, thank you. I didn't mean, okay. Councillor Crisanti to speak.
Speaker, you want to do the question first for Councillor Fletcher? Go ahead, Councillor. I'll pass the floor to you. Yeah, not
Councillor
me, I get
Fletcher
it.
has. Okay, just a sec. We'll put your name on the list, Councillor Fletcher. Okay, that's why I didn't see your name. Can we put Councillor Fletcher's name on the list to ask a question? Pardon? It's not on mine. No, it's not. Oh, there we are. Okay. Councillor Fletcher, go ahead.
Yes, I think that, Councillor Cole, you are just talking about, at times, councillors have fought very hard to keep parks, to, as you've mentioned, the former mayor of York fighting for Fairbanks Park. There have been many times when councillors have said, we need to keep the green space in the community. Is that correct?
Really, as you mentioned, Fairbank Park, the speaker, I said, risked her physical well-being. She was physically threatened by people who wanted to pave Fairbank Park and turning it into a condo parking lot. So, and the people of the community, they have an attachment to our green spaces. It's a real visceral attachment. And so that's why parks like this, especially down there with all the concrete there, are very, very fragile and very precious for people.
And I was just going to say, if you happen to recall, and I hope Councillor Holyday can hear this question, that there was an instance where I think it was called Buttonwood Park. There was a suggestion to take Buttonwood Park and put a community center in it, and Councillor Holyday fought very hard to maintain Buttonwood Park as it is, and won that at either, I believe it was at executive. Do you happen to recall that very strenuous fight for his park?
Yeah, no, exactly. I recall because they wanted to build a community center in there, and the people came to committee. They came to Environment and Infrastructure Committee, and they were very passionate of keeping that park green and whole. They didn't want a building on it. And that proves the attachment that people have towards
big
their parks.
attachment. And do you recall the councillor speaking out very strongly in support of his community to keep that park?
I certainly do, and I'm sure his community is happy that he took that stand.
Great. Thank you so much.
Okay. So, now I'm ready for you, Councillor Crescenti.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Speaker, thank you. I just want to say, Speaker, that I read through this 14-point motion, and as I read through it, there's some good things in there and some things that begins to lose the strength of what I think we're attempting to accomplish here. I believe the intent is there that the mayor wants to put forward. The intent is there. We have to, that Deputy Mayor Malik is putting forward, and we have to fight for what we believe in. But as I go through these 14 individual parts of the motion, I get concerned that we're not approaching this in the way we should be approaching it. So I'll just start with, the number one speaks to the opposition to expropriation. That's number one. Number two says opposition to compensation framework. That's not so bad. Number three says reimbursement for capital expenses. We're okay for now. Number four says provide funding for all costs. So that's something that I think we could sit down at a table and negotiate. 5 speaks to a communication plan. Number 6, I'm a little bit concerned about. It's a bit dramatic because it speaks to, evacuating, I believe, the number of houses in the area, but then it asks for an apology for the disruption. Now, this is where it begins to get a bit off track. Number 7 says the province compensate all recreational sports leagues. And number 8, review all the leases. Number 9, federal government disallow the land grab. So some of the language here is not of the best language, I think, to represent us here as a council. Number 10, direction to pursue legal action. Well, we just heard, and I asked the question about legal action. We don't have a history where we've actually succeeded in a legal effort against the province. Number 11, work with the city. Well, this is what we're asking them to do. So this whole thing should be reframed entirely around number 11. Number 12, no comment. Number 13, opposition to expropriation. Well, we said that in number 1. And number 14, no cost to the city. Again, I think, respectfully, Speaker, this is the wrong way in approaching this very important issue. I'm not comfortable at all standing behind this type of negotiating effort, and for those reasons, I likely will not support it.
Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Fletcher to speak.
I just want to keep following up on that little exchange that I was asking Councillor Cole about, and that I believe it was Buttonwood Park, and to say that in that instance where the city was proposing a use for our own park, the neighbors said we didn't want it, and the councillor came out and fought very hard to say, maintain this green space. I'll just remind you, that was our own property we were talking about, our park. And we did have the right to do that, but we were convinced by the people that said, please find another place for that use because green space is important to us as a city. And Councillor Holiday, we agreed with you, and we agreed with your committee not to put a large community center in that green space. Today, we are saying, Premier, we do not want to offer up a very precious green space on the waterfront of the city of Toronto. That is our property that somehow you think you can take. They do have that right to take it. But that you have a plan for that, which you've never discussed with us, which we're not having any opportunity to say no. It is just by fiat. There is no king, but this is by fiat. It does remind me of a certain other kind of government. I'm sorry I can't vote for your motion, Councillor Perks, because I would have voted for that motion. I think you painted a picture across the waterfront of the many things that have happened. Put them all together. A puzzle. There is Ontario Place. There is this convention center moving on to a new island into the water. There is the expansion of Billy Bishop Airport into the water. Whether you like or don't like the airport, the expansion is really something when you look at the picture. It's going way into the inner harbor. It becomes a dominant use in the inner harbor. And because there's a problem with bringing in passengers, he's saying we're expropriating the green space, we're going to pave it over so we can have cars come and go and parking for our expanded airport. This is a very strange use for Toronto's waterfront. Very odd. I'm really concerned. Today is David Crombie's birthday, turning 90. Happy birthday, David Crombie, you hero of our city, you hero of our waterfront, in a vision to create a brand new waterfront from the Waterfront Regeneration Trust to what's today Waterfront Toronto, the vision that you helped us create for this space for all uses, for recreation, for business, for residential, for beauty, for parkland, that somehow the province is now imposing a different view, even than the one that Waterfront Toronto has developed, on which they have members and for which the chair happens to be appointed by the province of Ontario. What do we have left with the province using their power in the way they have been using it in the City of Toronto? I'll just remind you that when in 2011, and those of you who were here in 2011 will remember the Ferris wheel, the monorail, and the mega mall that were brought in to go into the Portlands. That was the Portlands redevelopment plan by somebody that the Premier, then councillor, had found in Australia. It was City Council and the community and Torontonians that said no. City Council said no. On this one, it is the federal government that has to say no. They need to stand up for the waterfront in Toronto. Every single member of Parliament, the Carney government, they need to stand up for our waterfront. They need to stand up for Toronto. It is your moment. That is the only thing standing between us and a waterfront that is completely assumed by a brand new use that will not fit, and a takeover of Toronto's waterfront by the province of Ontario.
Thank you. Last speaker, Councillor Morley.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I was going to save everybody the time, but I think it's important that we do take the opportunity to stand up in moments like this, as we are people elected in positions of power and influence here in our city. I want to stand in support of the local councillor and, of course, the mayor for their quick efforts on this. If nothing was done here today, I'm sure we would hear later about how no one was on top of it and we let this happen. It is so critically important, and I always say and go back to the fact that constituents that we all serve do not care which order of government is responsible. They have expectations of us, their quality of life, their best interests, their health. All of the things are so important that we, as all orders of government, are finding alignment and doing our best to communicate and to collaborate towards good outcomes. Something that I'm very troubled by, and I've heard repeated by our Premier, is that government should run like a business. There is a fundamental difference between government and business, the roles and responsibilities that we have, and they're equally important, I would say, in society and supporting, of course, the importance of business in community, but government has a fundamentally different role. And I Googled it. The fundamental difference between government and business is that government serves the public good and operates on taxes, while business aims to maximize profit and serve customers. Government maintains societal stability and provides non-profitable services like public library and transit. Whereas businesses thrive on efficiency, speed, and profitability. I'm sure we all love some more efficiency and speed here as well. But the fundamental goals and roles of the work that we do is critically important. We hear about environmental protections and considerations. We hear about the importance of democracy and respect for orders of government and the various roles that we play. And unfortunately, and very disheartening for me as a member of this council, a new member of this council, to repeatedly and consistently have actions coming down from this provincial government that are not in the best interests of Torontonians, that are not in keeping with the values and principles that underpin good government. And I'm really getting quite tired of seeing this because it is not something that is serving the public. It is not good for anybody's pocketbook. And we're ultimately making harmful decisions that are going to have generational impacts by this majority government who we hear is not showing up on a monthly basis and grappling with the things the way we do in this chamber, but are making unilateral decisions without consultation, without information, without a heads up. It's not acceptable. And it is frustrating to know where we stand as a creature of the province, according to our constitutional makeup. But does that mean that we don't stand up when someone comes to bully us in our roles and under our purview? No. We're on it at bike lanes, which continues to play out in the courts. We heard about the very, very close decision and the strong dissent when this council was cut in half unilaterally in 2018, which impacted many of us, myself included. And while I have deep respect for the work and the pressures and responsibilities that fall to our Premier, I do think that a better job could be done, and the first step is getting to the table with our municipality in a real way so we can move forward on behalf of our constituents to their benefit and to all of our benefit. So I will be supporting this important work, and I, again, really want to hope and encourage our colleagues at all levels of government to respect this order of government. We have huge productivity in this province, huge productivity in this country. We are a proud city. We are internationally recognized. Marquee event for FanFest coming up for FIFA. We pull our weight here, and we deserve the respect from this provincial government in this province. Thank you very much.
Okay, let's put the motions up. Yeah, okay. We'll ask for a separate vote. The solicitor's report first? Yeah, okay. Yeah. So we're going to be doing the solicitor's report first. Yeah, okay. On each of the items, right? Yeah. Okay. So we're voting on CCM 40.4 first. Okay, recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, are you present in the meeting? Yep. Councillor Bravo, please. Councillor Bravo. I'm sorry, Councillor Bravo. In favor, thank you. The item CC 40.4 is adopted. The vote is 24-1.
Okay, the next one. So on MM 40.46. Motion 1 by Councillor Matlow. Okay, we wanted a recorded vote on that one? Correct, Councillor Matlow?
Councillor Turnison, please.
Councillor Bravo, how do you vote, please? Motion 1 is adopted unanimously, 25 in favor.
Okay, next motion. By Councillor Cole to contact your MPs. You wanted a recorded vote on this one too, Councillor Cole?
Councillor Perruzza, are you still present in the meeting? Thank you. Motion 3 is adopted. The vote is 22-3.
Please don't let him hear you because he'll get angry. Okay, well, I don't think, was there a request for each of the recommendations separately? Okay, group yours then, Councillor Thompson. Okay. Okay, so 1 to 5 then. Oh, but you know how many there are? Yes, 14. 14. Oh. Okay, be ready to come back tomorrow. Okay. Okay. Okay, come on. Let's start voting. Let's start voting. Okay, part 1. Recorded vote.
Councillor Candeval, are you present in the meeting?
Councillor Crisanti, please. And Councillor Candeval, if you are participating in the meeting, please turn your camera on.
Part 1 of the item carries. The vote is 24-1.
Councillor Holiday, please help us here.
Yeah, I want to raise a point of order. It says council expressed its strong opposition to the compensation framework contemplated in the bill. I heard the bill language is not even out, so I'm not sure that we can vote on this. If it's available to us, then you can clarify that in the ruling.
Okay, well, just vote against it then. Okay, we're voting on 2. Well, recorded vote, recorded vote.
Councillor Myers, please. Part 2 of the item is adopted. The vote is 22-3.
Okay, part 3 now.
Councillor Crisanti, Councillor Pasternak, please.
Councillor Moyes, Councillor Perruzza, please. Part 3 of the item carries. The vote is 24-1.
Part 4. Well, they asked for a separate vote. Okay, Councillor Crisanti made an error, so motion to reopen on favor, carry, let's revote. Can we just combine some of these because it's going to take us so long to go each item? No, I know. Okay, so we'll read part 3. Recorded vote.
Just stand by, members, while we restage the vote. Mayor Chow, please.
Councillor Burnside and Councillor Mantis, please.
Part 3, the revote on Part 3 carries unanimously, 25 in favor.
Part 4.
Councillor Sachs, please. Councillor Crisanti. Councillor Mantis, please. Part 4 of the item carries unanimously, 25 in favor.
Part 5.
Councillor Turneslin, Councillor Cole, Councillor Burnside, please. Councillor Crisanti and Councillor Pasternak.
Part 5 carries unanimously, 25 votes in favor.
Part 6. Can you show the recommendation on the screen? Huh? Was it on your screen? I didn't see it. Huh? What does it? I didn't read it.
Councillor Turneslin, please.
Huh?
And Councillor Fletcher, please.
Okay. No. Yeah.
Part 6 of the item carries. The vote is 17 to 8.
Part 7. Recorded vote. Oh, thank you.
Councillor Chang, please, and thank you.
Councillor Crisanti, thank you. Councillor Matlow, Councillor Burnside.
It's Burnside. Mine won't work. I want to vote no.
In the negative, thank you, Councillor Burnside. The Part 7 of the item carries. The vote is 21 to 4.
Okay, Part 8.
Councillor Myers, please, and Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Bradford, please. Councillor Burnside, how do you vote, please?
Yes.
Part 8 carries. The vote is 24 to 1.
Part 9.
Councillor Turnus Lynn, Councillor Pasternak, please.
Councillor Burnside, how do you vote, please?
Affirmative.
Part 9 carries. The vote is 20 to 5.
Part 10.
Councillor Myers, please. Councillor Burnside, how do you vote, please?
Affirmative.
Part 10 of the item carries. The vote is 21 to 4.
Part 11.
Deputy Mayor Malik, please. Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Brutzer, are you able to vote? Part 11 carries. The vote is 23-2.
Okay, number 12. On 11, Councillor Thompson wants to change his vote. All in favor, carried. Okay, let's vote on 11 again. Okay, on number 11.
Just stand by, please. Councillor Sachs, please. Councillor Ainsley.
Councillor Cole, please.
The revote on Part 11 carries. The vote is 24-1.
On part 12.
Councillor Cheng, please.
Councillor Crisanti, thank you.
Part 12 carries. The vote is 24-1.
Part 13, we have one more to go. Part 13. No, it's 14. So we're at 13 now.
Councillor Crisanti, please. Thank you.
Part 13 is adopted. The vote is 24-1.
14 now. Last. Like I'm playing bingo. I'm calling the numbers out. B10, B14. I was the bingo queen at one time.
Councillor Cheng, thank you. Councillor Shan. Councillor Fletcher, please.
Councillor Cherneslin, Councillor Cole, Councillor Crisanti, Councillor Pasternak, please.
Part 14 carries unanimously. 25 in favor.
That's it. So I'm going to go now for quick releases because I feel sorry for the staff that are sitting here all day and the councillors are just going to release the item. And so if you have a quick release, Councillor Pasternak, you were telling me you have a few. Oh, Councillor Cherneslin, you have a quick release?
I do. I just want to speak very briefly, just because I have some folks in the chamber who are here for this, but it will be very quick, Speaker.
What is it?
This is for MM 40.7, proclaiming November 19th as Early Age Onset Cancer Awareness Day.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
As many of you may have read in the paper or seen online, early age onset cancer is an increasing concern, with Canadians born after 1980 being diagnosed at significantly higher rates than earlier generations. This November, the Colorectal Cancer Resource and Action Network will host its 6th annual Early Age Onset Cancer Symposium, connecting patients, experts, and policymakers to support young Canadians battling this disease. Proclaiming this day as Early Age Onset Cancer Awareness Day will help raise awareness of this critical issue and affirm our commitment to supporting those affected by cancer in Toronto and across Canada. I'd just like to very quickly recognize some advocates in the chamber today. We have Christopher Mamalidi, a 3-time survivor of early age onset cancer and National Patient Programs Manager and Young Adult Cancer Coach at CCRAN, as well as his sister, Isabella, who is a third-year sociology student minoring in comms at Wilfrid Laurier, so a good chance for her to see the importance of advocacy work in action and community leaders and their roles in society. We also have Peter Linnaeus, 2-time survivor and patient advocate of early onset cancer, as well as Dominic McGarry. So I just want to thank them for their work, and particularly Chris for your work, your exceptional work in bringing attention to this very important issue. And just note that this motion will also ask for some communications work to be done around this so that we can raise awareness and ensure more people live to their best age. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to release MM 40.38. This came out of a movie shoot in Downsview in which pyrotechnics and controlled explosives were used in a music video. If you've seen the video, it looks more like a mushroom cloud.
Councillor Pasternak, we're doing quick releases. Just
well, I don't know. Councillor Chernos-Lynn was able to give a full speech.
But I gave her the benefit. Okay. I shouldn't have done that. I shouldn't have done, and I'll never do it again.
Okay. I didn't mind.
Never do it again.
Well, no, I didn't mind.
Okay.
I thought it was quite good.
Yeah.
I'm just giving context on what I'm releasing. So there was the notification fell short of expectations, and the community was shocked by the explosion, the fireball, and the vibrations. So we're looking at a new ways to communicate with our catchment areas when we do pyrotechnics and controlled explosions during movie shoots. So I'd like to release that.
On MM 40.38, on favor, carried. Do you have any more, Councillor Pasternak?
Yes, I'd like to release IE 28.13. This is a local infrastructure issue. There was a Toronto water contract on Wilson Avenue.
Now, hold on. I think there's a motion.
Right? Oh, there is a motion, yes.
Okay, so let's just put the motion on the screen first. This is IE 28.13. Okay, the motion is on the screen.
Yes, no, thank you very much. This comes out of a Toronto water project in which the subcontractor damaged or destroyed years and years of public realm investment by the Wilson Village BIA. We are encouraging them or ordering them to repair all the damage done and have it done at such time that it does not close lanes during the opening of the Rogers Stadium concerts.
Okay, on IE 28.13, on the amendment, on favor, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried. Okay.
And I do have another one. This is IE 28.14, water main clearing. We have a motion for that as well. The concern here was that it was going to be blocking entry and exit routes from the Rogers Stadium concerts. We've put some restrictions on when work can continue and when roads are to be cleared of any kind of barriers. Originally also it was going to block access to the Hotel Monte Casino. which hosts dozens of different graduations during the construction period. We have made sure that this contract does not interfere with the graduations or access and entry point to the Rogers Stadium.
Okay, on IE 28.14, on the amendment, all in favor, carried. Item is amended, all in favor, carried.
Thank you.
Is that it?
That's
Okay,
it.
do we have any further releases? Councillor Bradford? Okay, just one sec. Councillor Bradford, yes?
Thanks, Madam Speaker. IE 28.8, Community Sports Equipment Sponsorship.
IE 28.8.
I'll hold it then.
Okay.
Never mind.
Not a quick release. Any further? If I can have members of council to please come back to the council chambers because we are doing quick releases. And if you have motions, don't leave. Okay, I guess we have to go back to EC 27.2. We had speakers on that before lunch. Right? Yeah. Okay, Deputy Mayor Malik, please, you're up to speak.
Very much. I do have a motion on this item.
Okay, the motion is on the screen.
Okay. This motion here will help ensure further discussions with the Financial District BIA, given that some of the built form in this neighborhood can cause some undue impacts of noise and echoes, and we want to make sure that people can move safely and efficiently in our downtown core and also enjoy some of the changes that we are making to the capability of street performers and other activities in our downtown. I will be supporting this work overall, as I know that the vending and busking can bring both incredible services and vibrancy to our streets and our public spaces across our city. Local musicians and buskers, as have been mentioned by many of my colleagues, are the soundtrack to our city, of our daily commutes, of our enjoyment, of our travels, and street vendors provide that window into Toronto's diversity and more options and what we love about being in the city. I shared at committee that we know that street vendors and street performers provide that enjoyment and even in our day-to-day life, that whimsy that makes city life what we love and makes us even more proud of the city that we call home. And we want to make sure that this is all balanced with residents being able to appropriately rest, for businesses to continue to thrive, and that people are able to get around our city more easily while they are enjoying it more as well. I really want to thank city staff for helping us get here, and I look forward to us moving forward and implementing these measures. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Fletcher. Okay, you know what? Let's do a quorum call because we don't have quorum. Maybe I'll get them back if you do a quorum call. Quorum call.
Members, the voting panel is open. Would you please indicate your presence in the chamber by pressing the appropriate button?
Councillor Mantis, Councillor Turner-Lynn, Councillor Cole.
Do we have quorum?
Speaker, you have 21 members present in the chamber.
Okay, Councillor Fletcher, you're up to speak. You put your name up. It's on the EC 27.2. Street bending. Yes, you have a motion, so we'll put the motion on the screen. There it is.
And amplify disturbances where I found out from Mr. Katz that if you have a hat out or taking money, there's an enforcement procedure. But if you are just there for your own enjoyment and nobody else's, there's nothing that can happen. So I really would like to have a report on what options we have for that sweet guy that's at the corner, northeast corner of Spadina and Queen, the northeast corner of Queen and Pape, all the people at Yonge and Dundas, across from Sankofa Square. I think that I know Councillor Moyes has talked to me about that before, that you simply can't have an event somewhere when somebody's there with their amp, really loving their Rod Stewart work, but it is causing a problem for people that actually have a permit. So let's find out what we can do. We have that opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Our last speaker is Councillor Bravo.
Thank you, Speaker. I want to thank staff for all of their work on this. This is something that Council has requested, and it's been a huge lift. To contemplate all of the ways that we can get out of the way of entrepreneurs who want to set up shop and offer goods and services, mostly I should say goods and food, to people who are visiting our city, who live in our city. This is an important way to ensure we have a robust local economies, and I think that this was really well done. I want to just speak to the motions that have been moved as committee chair. Councillor Holliday's motion on distance from transit, I think is a sensible motion to ensure that access to subway stations is not impeded. So I'll be supporting that. On his second motion, however, saying that non-food items don't have a purpose, I just want to say this. I just would love to be able to get an umbrella when it's raining. And when I'm walking down the street, and if there was a vendor there, I think there is a utility to having non-food vending, and we've seen that all over the city where that pops up. It creates a lot of local vibrancy, and there's a need for it. On his third motion, which he explained as a sort of if B doesn't succeed, he asked for some analysis on non-food vending, and I think that's a reasonable request, and I think could be very useful. On Councillor Moyes' motions, one was about specific to his ward, but the second one was really helpful in terms of figuring out whether there should be some fixed permits so that there could be fixed vendors, and I think that would receive support. I want to thank Councillor Cheng for working with my office to bring forward her motions. Councillor Deputy Mayor Malik has some motions around scoping for particular situations, and Councillor Burnside's motion on moving the length of time for notification from 2 years to 5 years. The committee recommendation was 2 years. We've heard from some that maybe there was a need for a little bit more time to understand it, so I think that there's nothing wrong with going from 2 years to 5 years. So overall, we're making the city more fun, more attuned to the needs of residents and visitors. We're getting out of the way of small entrepreneurs, and we're creating economic opportunity for people that may not have had access. We're reinforcing the vibrancy of our streets, and this is a good day, so thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Let's put the motions on the screen. Okay, motion 1A by Councillor Holiday. On favor, carried. Okay, next motion 1B by Councillor Holiday. On favor? Oh, recorded, okay. Recorded. Councillor Bravo, I seen you nod your head, but I didn't know what you wanted. Okay.
Councillor Sachs, please. Councillor Candavel. Councillor Bradford, please. Councillor Perruzza, how do you vote, please? Motion 1B does not carry. The vote's already closed, Madam Speaker. I'll announce this result. The vote on motion 1B it does not carry. The vote is 3-19.
Okay, what's the next motion? One C by Councillor Holiday. On favor, carried. Motion 2A by Councillor Moyes. On favor, carried. Motion 2B by Councillor Moyes. On favor, carried. Next, motion 4 by Councillor Burnside. On favor, carried. Motion 3 by Councillor Chang. On favor. We're getting there. We're not there yet. No, it didn't come up yet. Motion 3 by Councillor Chang. On favor, carried. Motion 5 by Deputy Mayor Malik. On favor, carried. It's coming. Councillor Fletcher, motion 6. On favor, carried. Item is amended. On favor, carried. Councillor Bradford, the item that you wanted to release, Councillor Fletcher is here now if you want to release it. You had an item earlier that you wanted to release? No, it was Councillor Fletcher. Oh, maybe it was Councillor Bravo, sorry. It's not quick then. Okay. Okay, I'm sorry, I thought it was a quick item. All right. Councillor Matlow.
No, I don't know why that's there.
Oh, okay. All right, our next item, Mayor Chow, would you like to move a motion?
Yes. Folks want to take a dinner break at 6:30, come back at 7? Yeah? Does
Or
that
6,
work?
or maybe 6, we usually
People
do
are
it 6.
hungry? You want 6?
6:30?
6?
We break at 6, come back at 6:30.
All right, that's what we'll do. We'll take a break at 6 and be back at 6:30.
On favor? Carried. Our next item is EC 27.3, City of Toronto Economic Development Framework. Councillor Bravo, you held the item down. Do we have questions to staff? Anybody have any questions to staff? Councillor Bravo, do you have questions?
No.
Okay.
I'm just hoping to speak.
Can you just put your name on the screen, please?
My name is on, I believe.
Okay, there you are. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. I want to just speak briefly on this and draw everyone's attention to a fantastic piece of work that was done over a long period of time, more than a year, by Economic Development and Culture and Social Development staff. An outstanding collaboration of these two divisions to bring forward this inclusive economic development framework. This is going to be reporting along with the action plan for Toronto's economy. And I have heard it say, including from academics, that this is groundbreaking work, perhaps the first of its kind in the world, certainly in North America. And what we have here is a way to think about the economy and how we're measuring our economy through the action plan for Toronto's economy in a way that not just says trickle down, but actually how, as the pie grows, is everyone getting a piece of the pie? Do workers and local communities get a stake? And this is really important. There's been some fantastic work that's been done also to convene members of the sector. Over a period of months, we had 8 meetings with sector leaders, a number of organizations, very well facilitated and robust. And what we're coming out of here is with some very specific commitments around decent work and around how city staff can assess initiatives and programs of the City of Toronto in such a way that we consider whether they're benefiting and lifting all boats. This is fantastic work, and I just want to illustrate this by some of the letters that we received, that you would all have received. North York Harvest says, what's being presented today represents an important step forward by considering the type and quality of economic growth It encourages all city departments to integrate inclusive economic development principles into decision-making, an approach that has the potential to shift policy toward outcomes that create decent work, support local businesses, retain wealth within communities, and strengthen Toronto's economic sovereignty. Metcalf Foundation wants all of us to know that this framework is a cornerstone to advancing community wealth and wealth building in Toronto, strengthening the city's levers to implement the city's 10-year action plan, and also supports the adoption of this framework. It's as an important step forward to building an economy that works for all. Maitrey Foundation says that this is aligned with its core view that lasting progress to end poverty depends on public systems that are designed to ensure dignity, security, and opportunity for all, and highlights that this is a focus on those who have been excluded from past growth, ensures meaningful participation, decent work, and income adequacy, and also the principle of accountability through measurement and reporting. Social Capital Partners says this is the right overall economic development direction for Toronto, that the tools proposed in this report focus on accelerating economic growth in ways that build and retain wealth in communities and expand opportunities for more people to own economic assets. Canada is wealthy. Toronto is wealthy. We can deploy our capital and mobilize our enormous resources to deliver more ownership opportunities and benefits for people and communities. This report is a great roadmap. The United Way indicates its strong support and wishes for the city to focus on implementation and wants to be a partner in all of the operationalization of the framework. And finally, I want to recognize my co-chair, because I chaired all of the meetings, and that was Colette Murphy from the Atkinson Foundation, who says the city and everyone who contributed can be proud of the result. It's an important tool for making Canada's largest municipality and economic center even stronger, more resilient, and more competitive. And there's an emphasis placed on measurement and accountability. And I think that this is really a crucial piece of this work, is that we are holding ourselves accountable to commitments, but we're also recognizing that there is an ecosystem of organizations, that it's the private sector, it's the public sector, it's civil society, it's communities across the city. And this is really about the entire city, not just one segment, not just the financial services sector downtown, but everybody that contributes, because the economy is absolutely all of us. And as the economy grows, if that's the goal, we have to make sure that we're righting the inequality that has threatened our city. And I'm really, really happy and grateful to have been able to work with city staff and community-based organizations, experts, academics, who came to the table together. And this kind of endorsement, I think, indicates that this is a quality piece of work we can all be proud of. Thanks.
Thank you. On the item, on favor, carried. I don't see anybody in the council chambers. Our next item is EC 27.7. Councillor Sachs, you held the item down, but do we have questions to staff? Anybody questions for staff? Councillor Sachs, could you put your name up on, please? And, okay. Councillor Sachs, questions? Yeah, questions to staff. Hold on. Can you just put your name up, question to staff? Okay, there you go. Okay, questions to staff.
Right, okay. So we've talked many times about the issue of trash that may be associated with these businesses, and also in light of the concern raised by the business improvement associations, which at their own expense are cleaning a lot of these areas. So what precautions are you proposing to take to make sure that the vendors who are profiting from this new permission clean up all the trash and litter that's associated with the packaging that they distribute?
Through the speaker, I'll start by saying that the permit will include conditions that they provide their own waste receptacles, that they take that away with them and that they're responsible to clean up their immediate area. And I'll invite my colleague from from Parks Operations to talk a bit more about what we'll do specifically.
Right, because my concern is not just what people drop right next to the cart, but if they go a little distance away and drop it, which is what we see all the time. We already have so much food packaging in our parks. What are you going to do to stop this making it worse?
Through the speaker. So Councillor, we are looking at where the locations and sites are going to be, and we're going to ensure that the proper receptacles are in place and that the proper level of frequency of litter pickup is also in place prior to. However, we're going to continue to monitor because park staff are continually cleaning litter from the parks, and solid waste will be managing the bin removals, but we're going to monitor that to ensure that we have the right levels in place, whether that be adding additional bins, adding additional frequency of pickup of the litter, or adding more resources to litter pick throughout the day. Additionally, we'll be able to review 311 service requests and be able to analyze those and allocate resources accordingly.
Well, we know that you're working really hard already and really struggling to keep the litter picked up in parks. You've described additional resources, additional monitoring, additional cleanups. How is that going to be funded?
Through the speaker, it is part of our base service level. We do have the ability to be able to leverage resources where we see a trend or an increase of something occurring. We'll be able to analyze this information afterwards, and if we need to seek additional resources, we will. But at this point, we're looking at reallocating where required.
Does the fee proposed include provision for enhanced litter cleanup?
At this time, no, it does not.
I don't want to run out of time. What role are you proposing to, how are you going to consult with councillors to ensure that the right parks are chosen and the right locations are chosen?
Through the speaker, we're going to start with a review of the possible park locations. So we'll look at it operationally first, where you might have a washroom, access to water, a paved surface to put the truck. Once we've shortlisted sites that look operationally feasible, we're going to have a conversation with the councillor, invite their thoughts and concerns, and work to consensus on appropriate park locations, but that will also be informed by community input, in particular feedback from local BIAs.
Well, exactly. Going back to the question of litter cleanup, if you were to increase the fee enough that there would be resources to provide an enhanced level of litter cleanup, which we've got every reason to think is going to be needed, what would the increase be?
We don't have that amount as yet, Councillor, as this is a trial year, but we'll be keeping our eye on that through the first year to see if that's something we need to come back to Council to consider.
Well, your budget was badly slashed this year. Do you have the resources to do this extra cleanup for a whole year?
Councillor, as I noted before, we do have a base service level, and that service level will remain in place, but we'll be able to leverage that, knowing that if there is, seeing trends, if there is, locations that require either more frequency pickup, additional bins, or additional litter picking, we'll be able to respond to that.
Do you have anything that will allow you to change the permitted location? If a particular vendor is a big problem, can you do anything about it?
Through the speaker, yeah, that's at the city's discretion. We can revoke a permit, change a location if we need to.
Mid-year?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Speaker Nunziata.
Yes, thank you. Now, I did meet with staff. I had my briefing. I expressed concerns that I have, but and some of the questions was by Councillor Sachs. Councillor Sachs' mic is still on. Some of the questions by Councillor Sachs about the litter, but do the councillors have a choice on what parks you're picking, or are you going to be consulting with the councillors if they want them in their parks or not? Because okay, go ahead.
Through the speaker, absolutely, and councillors can certainly opt out if that's their preference.
So if a councillor doesn't want it in their parks at all, we could say no.
That is correct.
Well, because the email I got from staff today, they're asking me when I want to have consultation at Eglinton Flats.
Councillor, I'm happy to follow up with you separately from this, but you're under no obligation.
Yeah, I got an email from staff. It just came in today. So looking at this, it sounds like you've already chosen the park and you want me to have consultation. So I just want to confirm, is that true, or are you not going to consult with me first?
Speaker, yes, absolutely. We would consult with you first. It's just the first step in the assessment process.
Okay. Because, you know, I have problems now, and Donna, even know other problems I have, especially at Smythe Park, now with some of my parks, where we have issues in the summer where people are coming and music's going on, they're barbecuing and food and garbage. And, you know, like, it really concerns me that this will cause even a bigger problem in some of these parks that we do have issues, existing issues, and that's why I brought it up with staff. And the litter was one of the biggest issue for me too, because right now we're constantly sending emails to staff that there's garbage in our parks and that, and thanks to your staff, but you know, I think this is going to continue. I know you have a plan for the litter. You did speak to Councillor Sachs about that, but I'm really concerned about that if we're going to keep on top of it, because I really think it can escalate, and it's going to be all enforcement. So are you ready to take this on?
Through the Speaker, Councillor, we need to run through the assessment process, and feedback like you've just provided right now is really important to making those decisions together.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Sachs to speak. Oh, are there questions? Okay, sorry. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor, through you to staff. I just wanted to, first of all, you're Miss, right? I wanted, first of all, to welcome you to the family, and thank you very much. You've been terrific to deal with. I just wanted to say that publicly. Wanted to ask you specifically, and I'll just specifically name the park in my ward, Thompson Park. We've had, over the last number of years, some huge issues there. And I want to say that the park staff there have actually responded really well. But part of the challenge is that we have bins that are overflowing, and it doesn't appear that the frequency of pickup is consistent. I'm just wondering, what would your plan be to address these issues? And again, I know that the staff have worked really hard there, but because of the great intensity of population use of the park, it becomes rather problematic for the staff at times. I'm just wondering what your plans are for that park specifically.
Through the Speaker, we would be working closely, Solid Waste would be closely working with the Parks Department to determine whether or not there'd be additional frequency of collection required. We could also look at increasing the distribution of bins throughout the park or different locations if it was needed.
Okay, that's great. With the advent of providing opportunities of more vending in our parks in general, what is the responsibility of those particular vendors who are being permitting the park to use? Will they have a responsibility as well?
Through the Speaker, yes, absolutely. Their responsibility is to keep their area tidy and clean.
Oh, that's great. That's great. And just the issue around noise, we have seen a propensity of that, and I realize that what we are talking about is food and beverage sales and so on in our parks. But with that becomes more activities and so on, and noise. What is the plan to address the issue about the greater frequency of noise and variety of music being played at a very loud level? I'm just wondering, what is the responsibility of our staff, because it seems that obviously they have some challenges in terms of dealing with that. Do they have additional recourse with respect to park security coming in to assist the staff in general? Is there a plan for that? Have you received any feedback from your staff that those are some of the issues that they're facing, and the plans that you would actually put in place to address those issues?
Through the speaker, maybe I can answer that. MLS is enforcing the parks bylaw. So MLS will patrol high priority parks as well as respond to service requests. Amplification in parks is not permitted. Both the noise bylaw as well as some noise obligations under the parks bylaw would be enforced by MLS, but it would be on a response basis and proactively where we are in patrol.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. So we'll go to speakers. Councillor Sachs to speak.
Yes, thank you. I mean, thank you to staff. I know there are a lot of work has gone into this, and I am aware that many members of the public have expressed interest in more food options in parks. And I will say that includes a grade 4 class that I met with to invite their interest in what they most wanted to see in our parks. And Terry, you'll be glad to know their number 1 request was more ice cream. And their number 2 request is water guns. So there's a lot of enthusiasm, maybe not from the parents, but at least from the kids, that there will be more opportunities to buy probably ice cream and maybe other food items in the parks. But we also do need, I've got this. But we also do need to pay some attention to what the consequences are to everybody else. The base funding to pick up litter in the parks, I appreciate, but there's always litter in the parks. There's a lot of litter in the parks. And even though Donna's team is amazing, and they've gone through a number of the parks in my ward, and I've gone back in there with the team the following week, and we've spent hours picking up trash that wasn't picked up before. And a very high percentage of that, aside from the cigarette butts, is food packaging. So we know that the base level of cleaning already isn't enough to keep our parks in decent condition, much less beautiful as we discussed this morning. And we know that because the base level of funding that the Parks Department has isn't enough to keep the parks clean, many of my BIAs are doing their own cleaning because they want the parks to be clean enough to be attractive to both residents and tourists, and the base level of cleaning doesn't do it. So having yet more disposable food packaging multiplying in the parks is working against all of our cleanups we're going to do this weekend. It's working against the efforts of the many of my BIAs who've been picking this up. And what you've told us is that the vendors aren't paying anything that's going to contribute to enhanced cleaning. There's nothing in it that makes them pay to the BIAs or contribute to the BIAs. I recognize you said this is 1 year, we're going to watch it, but we're creating a big problem it is completely foreseeable, both in terms of competing with the local businesses and in adding to their cleanup costs and in uglifying our parks with more trash. So I know you care about our parks. I mean, you took this job because you care about the parks. I know Donna cares passionately about the parks, but we haven't put the necessary guardrails or protections in here, even though I begged for them while you were developing it. So that's a problem that you're going to need to watch for, and then I'm going to be encouraging people to report. The second problem, again, is the relationship with the BIAs. And the Tabia wrote a very clear and I think helpful letter saying, yes, of course, we want more small businesses, and we want the local businesses to be able to sell in the parks. And we've talked about this also in EHON, about how do we have more sales next to the parks. But it has to not cannibalize what's already there. And so, again, you've relied a lot on what's going to happen later. So I'm urging you to take very seriously what the BIAs say, what the local councillors say, and be cautious about what you put in where, and then watch it like a hawk. We do want this to be better. I've written back to the grade 4 class and told them, okay, you're lucky you're getting ice cream, but let's make sure that the net result is good. And that means really hard work from you folks and us. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow.
I have a motion, Madam Speaker, and it's about having a real food kiosk in a park in Toronto St. Paul's as a pilot, with an option for any ward councillor to opt in if they choose to. And you know, so staff have been working on this project since I brought a member's motion a while back, to provide more options for food in parks. And again, it's not about every park, and it's not about the same thing everywhere. And you know, to address some concerns that have been raised, it doesn't mean that it's going to be imposed anywhere that it shouldn't be, but it's about where it's welcome and where it fits. Let's see if we can be more flexible and fun in our city. You know, you may remember when I fought to legalize responsible adults to have a drink in a park. I heard all these arguments like the sky was going to fall and there was going to be a zombie apocalypse and everything was just going to go awful. And you know, I made the arguments at the time, but like, look around the world. It's actually normal around the world. We're the anomaly. And since we've been more permissive about it, like, the sky didn't fall. Like, responsible people are still being responsible, and then people who are not being responsible or behave badly are still doing that, and we have to address that. And that's why we have rules and laws to address bad behavior. But we got to loosen up a little bit. Just got to loosen up. If you look at New York City, where, like, whether it be Bryant Park, whether it be on the Riverside, or, I mean, you look around the world, they've got kiosks, they've got different food vending options. There's lots of different ways to, you know, meet up with a friend and grab a sandwich, grab a drink, grab a coffee, catch up on life. Most people, like, people who litter, litter. People who don't litter. And most people want to be responsible, and of course staff have thought about that. But let's not be afraid of, I wouldn't even say taking risks. I'm not asking you to take a risk. I'm asking Toronto to finally, like, just, like, look around the world and see how much fun we can have and how creative we can be and how many options we can have and how vibrant our city can be. You know, I initiated Toward a Beautiful City because I want us to be inspired by our architecture and our public spaces and better street furniture and, you know, up our game when it comes to design standards. And that can coexist with also being more agile and vibrant and creative with how we live every day, how we meet up with each other. And you know, some people have backyards in our city, but many, many people don't. Many people, in particular tenants, often don't even have access to an outdoor space in their apartment. So parks are their backyards, they're the front yards. That's where they get some vitamin D on a beautiful sunny day. So why not create these spaces that are exciting for people, fun, because this is where people want to be. And again, I'll just reiterate, just because we try things in different places doesn't mean that if it doesn't work, we should be willing to pull back if it doesn't work. But let's go for it. Let's be playful. Let's enjoy ourselves. And yes, be responsible and make sure that we need better access to bathrooms. And by the way, just on that, we shouldn't just be talking about bathrooms in parks. There should be, like other big cities do, there should be public restrooms throughout the city. What I'm saying is, let's be a big city. Like, let's not be envious of what other big cities do. Let's be the city we want to be. And what staff are proposing, and again, yes, it should be in consultation with all of us and our communities, but what is being proposed is, let's be this fun, big, vibrant, beautiful city that has lots of different creative options for coming together in our public spaces. And yes, let's make sure that we are able to clean up after ourselves and make sure that we're responsible about how we do it. And as this moves forward, we're going to learn and we're going to build on that. and we're going to be, iterative with councillors and with the communities, and we're going to get it right. The reason I moved the motion for the pilot in my ward is because I want to lean in on this. I want more Bryant Parks. I want places like that in Toronto, and I'm really interested in exploring how to make it work and how to make it work well. Because I love this city, I love our parks, and I want to meet up with some of you, and let's go for some really exciting food options and have some fun, talk about how to build the city together. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have a question for you. 3 minutes, Councillor Mantis, clarification of the motion.
First, I would like to commend you on your motion.
Not on.
Now it's on. I would like to commend you on your motion.
Thank you, Councillor Mantis.
Would you be willing to add Ward 22 in the motion to be the first one also in Scarborough?
Yeah, absolutely. I deliberately said councillors can opt in. If you want to do it right here on the floor.
Right here on the floor.
Let's
No,
hold hands.
I think, Councillor Mantis, if you want to include 1 and 2, you're going to have to speak and move your own motion.
Okay.
All right.
But then I wholeheartedly endorse you doing so.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Malik.
Thank you. I do have a motion. And this motion ensures we include the Sherbourne Common Pavilion in the new application process for concessions in parks. This is a landmark site that has long been designed and intended for this use to serve residents in the area, especially in this growing neighborhood, and also visitors to our waterfront. So I was very glad to work with Parks Business Services and Parks Operations staff to bring forward this motion, and to thank you all for the work to bring this report to us and for the work that you do every day to make our parks welcoming places.
Councillor Myers.
Thank you, Speaker. I just want to thank Park staff for this report. We've obviously been having some good work happening in Milliken Park. We are set to open the new cafe May 5th, which has been closed for, I think, maybe 10 years. And we are opening it with a not-for-profit sachets run by a local champion, Mahesh. This is an organization that works to give free meals to low-income seniors, and they will be running a cafe, not-for-profit cafe, in order to help fund their operations. So this is so even before the motion was put forward, park staff were already doing this, and I just want to recognize and acknowledge them and thank them. I know this is going to be a big win for the community, especially as summer is coming, and a lot of people in the community are excited about finally getting this community asset open and living up to its full potential. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Maybe we'll be able to deal with this item before we break. Mayor Chow.
Thank you. Toronto is a city of neighborhoods, and our parks are where those neighborhoods come alive. This summer, we are making them even better. Mobile vending in our parks is more than just about being convenience. It's about supporting local economy, creating opportunity for small businesses, owners, making sure every family, Councillor Matlow's family included, no matter which park they head to, can enjoy a great day out. And we want everyone to get ahead. That means giving small businesses a new place to grow and opening the door for people who want to start something new, a food cart, a new concept, test it out, first step towards building something of their own. And this program prioritizes local Toronto businesses, because when we invest in our parks, our small businesses, we should invest in our own communities at the same time. And for families, it would make a real difference. Some of our most loved parks don't have many food options nearby. And if you're spending an afternoon with your kids or your grandkids this summer, you will have access to good local food right where you are. And on the logistics side, already there are hundreds of licensed They've been licensed. They're already creating amazing food. They're mobile vendors, people who operate food trucks or food carts. They know how to do this well, and they will be eligible to participate. And I believe we will see a full list in the coming weeks, and local councils will have full say about which cart should come into which park. So you will have complete say, especially the Speaker, Speaker Naziata, because you know exactly which park you want, which park you don't want. And so this is locally controlled and it would be perfect. So it's good for small businesses, good for parks, good for Toronto families. And I look forward for it to come alive. And I will drop by to your park that is opening for small businesses. I know, Councillor Myers, that Milliken Park, I looked at that space and I thought, come on, someone could use this. We need some food there. And I'm so glad you are allowing it in your area. So thank you. And it should really serve our families well.
Thank you. Councillor Mantis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to, first of all, say a big congratulations to Councillor Matlow for the motion that he's putting forward. And I would just like to amend his motion to add Ward 22 Scarborough Agent Court.
Okay, just one sec. They're just finishing your motion.
Okay.
Okay, I think he's just adding 1 and 2. What? Okay, there we go with Councillor Mantis. Okay, thanks. All right. Last speaker, Councillor Cole.
Yes, I just wanted to, first of all, say it's unfortunate that this started off with discussions about litter. I mean, get off it. I mean, we're talking about litter, and on the other hand, we're talking about our great parks, our incredible diversity in this city, the people that thrive as families in our parks. That's what we should be talking about, not about litter. Yeah, we're going to clean up, but let's not put the litter before the food. Okay, so the litter comes after. You know, like, we sometimes forget, because as members of council, like yesterday, somebody said to me, I was watching your council meeting, and I couldn't believe how negative everybody was for all this council. Do you guys ever have anything positive to say about the Toronto? And I said, yeah, it was kind of a downer. You know, FIFA, the world's going to end when FIFA comes to Toronto, and there's going to be congestion, and there's going to be hell and brimstone. And this is an example of what Toronto is really exceptional about, is our parks. And this is an attempt to basically animate these parks, and food animates parks. So let's get away from just the hot dogs and ice cream cones. Let's put some real food in our parks. I think we've got, you know, like I've always said to people, the best place in Toronto to eat is Scarborough. Nobody ever talks. They talk about the lack of transit in Scarborough. They talk poor people in Scarborough, no hospitals in Scarborough. Nobody ever talks about the best food. It was named by one of the best gourmet magazines. The best place in the world, one of the best places in the world to eat is Scarborough. That's what we should be talking about. We should be celebrating these incredible communities And there's no other city like this that has about 150 different cultures that provide food and music, etc., animation from their own culture. And I think this is an initiative that goes towards recognizing that there's more to Toronto parks than picking up litter. So let's celebrate our parks, celebrate our diversity, celebrate small business, and celebrate good food, and the best of luck on this adventure.
Let's put the motions on the screen. Maybe we can deal with this before our break. First motion. Motion 3 by Councillor Mantis. On favor, carried. Motion 1 as amended. On favor, carried. Motion 1. Yeah, we already voted on that one. Pardon? Oh, I know. I'm so fast. I know. Motion 2 by Deputy Mayor Malik. On favor, carried. Item is amended. On favor, carried. Before we break, is there any quick items that we can move that you don't really need to hold them down? Councillor Matlow, the one for Lawton Boulevard, you're still not ready for that one? So the one for CC 40.8, 59 and 81 Lawton Boulevard, do you have the motion on that item? It's a tribunal hearing. No? No? Oh. Oh, here it is, Councillor Matlow. You want to move it?
So I move it.
Okay, so Councillor Matlow is moving CC 40.8. The motion is on the screen. Amendment on favor. Opposed, if any, carried. Item is amended. On favor, carried. Councillor Cheng, your land tribunal hearing, are you ready to release your item? Which is
I just wanted
110.
to check in with the clerks.
Oh, the clerk is saying no.
Not yet? Okay, thank you.
Councillor Fletcher, can you release the expropriation of 1430 Gerard? I'm just trying to release some of these items. You're not releasing it? Okay. All right. I guess there's no more further. We can, okay, IE 28.2?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't need 3.
Okay, Councillor Matlow, go ahead. Put your name up so I can time you. IE 28.2, right? Okay, go ahead.
I want to thank both city staff and Councillor Cole and his office for the work that we've been doing together to respond to both our local community, but also doing something that will serve the entire city, given that the Allen and Eglinton is designed in a way that does not work. Every day, any one of us who use that area to get through the city know that Eglinton becomes like a traffic jam, like a parking lot, because of the configuration of the intersection. And what people have been doing, commuters have been doing for many years, along with the disruption because of the LRT construction over 15 years, is that a lot of people now make their way through the neighborhoods to get around that traffic. We need to make the Eglinton and Allen work so that vehicles can more seamlessly come on and off the Allen, that they can see Eglinton as a functional street also to support the businesses, whether it be along the Eglinton Way or in Little Jamaica, and finally change the intersection and its configuration so that it works for everyone, whether you live in the area or driving through it. And the community's been asking for this for a very long time. So finally, due to motions that both Councillor Cole and I have moved together, there is a study now actively underway. There's consultation actively underway with the community, and Councillor Cole and I will continue to work to expedite these plans so that we can finally get a fix for Eglinton and Allen. And I'll remind us, the Eglinton Allen is an accident of history. It should have never been done that way. We should have never seen an expressway meet a main street in the heart of our community. But that's reality, so now we have to make reality better. Better for the local community, better for all of us, and there are ways to do it, and we're pushing for this to be done as quickly as possible. So again, thank you to Councillor Cole for his partnership and his leadership in the community. Thank you to my staff, Nika Lennox, and Mike's staff, Andy Stein, and all of our team who've been working on it. And I also want to thank the leadership from transportation because they are actively working with us the way that we hope, and we're very grateful for the hard work that they've done. But most importantly, what you're about to do, which is you are going to entirely fix this tomorrow. Okay? No expectations, but we believe in you, and we're going to work with you until we get there. Thank you very much.
IE 28.2, on favor, carried. No more quick items? Okay,
Madam
so
Speaker, I have a question. How about the remaining members' motions that are at the end that were submitted later? Because I have one there that I'm happy to quick release.
we don't have them yet. I know, but
The
I don't.
MM 40.42, 0.43, 0.44, 0.45.
Hold on, please. MM? Yeah, put it on the screen. Which one? Okay. MM. Okay, MM 4042. Okay, we've already introduced it, right? Okay. Anybody wish to hold it by Councillor Matlow, Councillor Cole, but the laneway, no, on favor, carried. Thank you. 43. And this is the traffic flow by Councillor Bravo and Deputy Mayor Malik. Anyone wish to hold it? No, on favor, carried. Okay. Next one. MM 40.44, OLT hearing for Bassett Street by Councillor Cheng. On favor, carried. Okay. There's one more. So Councillor Cheng, your member's motion went through. MM 4045, Love Parade by Councillor Fletcher. On favor, carried. Okay. Pardon? Okay, which one? Which one?
CC, the one you asked me about a minute ago.
Oh, okay, so CC
40.9 or something like that.
CC 40.9, expropriation of 1430 Gerard.
I'll release it.
Okay, Councillor Fletcher is releasing. On favor, carried. Great. Okay. Oh, Councillor Bravo?
Already.
Pardon? Oh. Councillor Holiday?
Thank you, Speaker. I can release MM 40.15, Strengthening Racial Equity in City Programs and Services. I would like a recorded vote on parts 2, 3, and 4.
Okay, so Councillor Holliday is releasing MM 40.15 and he wants a recorded vote. 2, 3, and 4. Okay, recorded vote on 2, 3, and 4.
Councillor Peruzza, your vote, please. Councillor Bradford, when you're seated. Councillor Pasternak, we need your vote, please.
Councillor Pasternak, please.
Councillor Shen, how do you vote, please? In favor, thank you. Parts 2, 3, and 4 of the motion carry. The vote is 17 to 1.
Okay, and on the balance, on favor, carried. All right, so we're recessed to 6:30.
Madam Speaker, I've been told that my item is ready to be released.
Staff doesn't have the motion yet, Councillor Cheng.
CC, they do now. Been told that it's pre-circulated. CC 40.7.
Oh, we've already recessed. We can't do it
Okay.
in, yeah.
Thank you.